Hello! Welcome to Challenger Tabletop. I'm Christopher, and tonight it's another painting stream. Gonna be painting a model I'm very, very excited about. A Forge World Falchion. It's a super heavy tank for my Dark Angels. It's a model I've been wanting to pick up for a long time. I finally bit the bullet and ordered it on eBay at the end of November, and it arrived. It needed some repair, which I've completed, and now we are ready to get painting on it. And so I thought it would be fitting to make this Dark Angels week. So we'll be talking about the Dark Angels today. I've been playing Dark Angels since probably the early 2000s, and so I've been playing them through several editions. And I've been playing them in a narrative campaign for probably going on about 5 years now with several of my friends. So we'll talk about the history of the Dark Angels, my experience with the Dark Angels in my campaign, and the future of the Dark Angels. So should be fun. Stick around and watch as I paint a very exciting model today. And I thought I'd maybe start off with just a little bit of news, recent stuff that's been happening. We just had some new announcements about the upcoming Genestealer Cults Codex. That's one of the factions that I play, and we heard, I guess just today or last night, I guess I heard, saw one of Auspex Tactics videos on YouTube. Was my first time seeing this news that Brood Brothers is going to be changing for Genestealer Cults. So the only Astra Militarum units that are going to be allowed for Brood Brothers are regiment and unaligned units. And so my impression is that a lot of the models I've been planning to paint for Brood Brothers are going away. Stuff like Ogryn, Bulgrin, Astropath. Not sure about Primaris Psyker. Hey, welcome. We got Eugene Green UO. Good to see you. Welcome back. And I also want to say a thank you to some of our recent followers. Just going to read through a few of the ones who subscribed since last week. We got My Mini Hobbies highlighted on screen. We also got C Fox Paints, Chibi Dumpster Fire, Kaylee Larson, thank you. I enjoyed your stream the other day. Typhonius, Starheart, RDD Marcus 115, Captain Slaymore, and Warp Zone Wargaming, and Scrapper84. Thank you, everybody. And thanks, Eugene, for joining the stream. How are you doing today? I'll take a sip of water. So with this announcement that Brood Brothers are changing, I basically had to scrap plans for painting up a bunch of my models that I've gotten for my Brood Brothers. And I was kind of down about it, like sometimes can happen when you get a new announcement that invalidates a bunch of your models or changes your plans, or like in my case, you spent a bunch of money on models that now you can't use for your intended purpose. But I got a great suggestion on Facebook as I posted a complaint post telling me I should play them as Astra Militarum. And I was thinking, well, I could play an Astra Militarum Brood Brothers army and have them all painted as Brood Brothers anyway, and just play them as out of the Astra Militarum Codex. But I like the idea of actually painting them to be a bit different than my Genestealers and actually running them as Astra Militarum. So a few of the models can serve sort of double duty. I'm thinking of my Baneblade tank and a few others. So all told, I added up about 3,500 points of Astra Militarum that I'm going to be able to run. So that is super exciting. It went from something I was really bummed out about to something I'm really now excited about. I guess I'll shift this tank out of the way to show off a couple models that arrived this week, which I did kind of repair and recondition. Switching over to the painting cam for a second here. So I picked up a couple models for my Drukhari, and I've just started working on the bases. Looking forward to painting these on stream probably next week or the week after. But this is a out of print, old school Lelith Hesperyx. Lelith is like the named HQ character for Drukhari cult. And this model came armed with a harpoon and a sword, so super old school Lelith. And those are not at all the weapons she has now. Nowadays, her data sheet, she fights with two sort of witch blades, basically. So I actually replaced the harpoon arm here on the right with an arm holding a sword or a dagger, and it was hard to find a right arm wielding a knife. Turns out you don't actually get a lot of those with Drukhari. So I ended up taking a right arm that was holding an incubi glaive and replaced the glaive or clavex or whatever it's called with this knife. And then for the other arm, I cut off her metal sword and went ahead and attached a knife there. So now she's dual wielding knives, but otherwise this model is pretty much as it came back in the day. And it was horribly assembled. Like, this leg was backwards and pointing down at the ground, and it was covered in some kind of crispy, crunchy glue, like almost like an Elmer's glue, which I chipped off the whole model. So really happy with how I was able to repair this piece, and mounted it up on a piece of cork on the base, which hopefully won't rip or break, but yeah, just held on by one toe there, and attached a little plastic dagger and some other stuff and some sand to decorate the base. And then the other one I picked up is the old school Drazar. So Drazar is the named HQ for the incubi, what are they, like mercenaries? See if I can get my camera to focus. There we go. So Drazar, Master of Blades, he's the closest thing you get to a Phoenix Lord for the Drukhari. And he normally comes with a couple of like sword hands, which are kind of like praying mantis claws. But he only had one when he arrived, so he was missing an arm. So I decided to go ahead and replace his arms with something much closer to what the official model has, which is a couple of sort of Clavex blades here. And so these actually come from the Incubi kit. These are the swords that are optional for the leader of the squad. He can either have like a two-handed Clavex or two of these. And so since I didn't use these, I had them sitting in my bits box, and I thought, oh, that's the perfect thing for Drazar. And then after I shared some pictures of him online, someone shared their pictures of their Drazar, and I realized mine was missing this back piece, which is kind of a signifier of rank for the Drukhari. So I searched through my bits box. I happened to have one, and went ahead and glued that on most recently. And then just today I found out that I actually had him on the wrong size base. I had him on a 32 millimeter instead of a 40. So someone was nice enough to point that out on Facebook. And I pretty much immediately cut him off of the 32 millimeter base. He's also mounted on a piece of cork, and changed him to a 40 millimeter. And I just painted the top red about 10 minutes ago. So that paint just dried, and I'll glue some red sand to that and probably some grass eventually. But I figured painting bases is boring enough. You guys don't mind if I paint bases off cam. And so that's given me a chance to get a little head start on some of my models, some of my painting. So let's take a look at the super exciting miniature I'm going to be painting today. This is the Forge World Falchion. And the Falchion is a super heavy tank for Adeptus Astartes, so Space Marines. And it is a relic tank, so it harkens back to the Horus Heresy era. It has sponsons on both sides with a quad las cannon. And then its main armament is like I think it's called a volcano cannon. It's like a twin-barreled anti-Titan gun. So super heavy power, heavy tank here. And I did add one more thing to it after I took this picture. So let's go ahead and switch to the painting cam here. And you can see how it's looking now. So here is the falchion, and I did have to repair the tracks a little bit. I realize now I didn't actually prime the tracks where I had to cut them a little bit with the knife, but sometimes you can just use some black paint as primer and it works pretty well. But you might notice that I added something to the top of the tank here, which is a twin heavy bolter. Now, I believe this is actually an error on the falchion datasheet. It says it comes with a twin heavy bolter, and if you look at some of the other super heavy tanks, like the what's the other one for Space Marines, the Fellblade, it actually has a twin heavy bolter up front where you have this little vision slot here. On this tank you have two vision slots, one on the left and one on the right, but on the Fellblade this is actually a twin heavy bolter over here. So I believe that the twin heavy bolter was actually included on the falchion datasheet by mistake, and so I was a bit conflicted about whether I should actually add one, and I posted on Facebook, oh hey, good to see you, Zombie Brush Studios, welcome back. Thank you, glad you like my conversions. I'm super excited about them. And I actually made a little conversion on this falchion, which is I added this twin heavy bolter up top. I asked basically the Dark Angels Facebook group, the data sheet has one, I think it's a mistake, should I add one to my model? And people, for the most part, voted yes. So I actually added it so it will be very easy to remove it in case that gets corrected in the future. You can see I have it basically on this little plastic platform here, and I also made it so it can rotate. Let's see there, so that's kind of fun. Always cool to make a movable piece on your models. So so I went ahead and added it and made it really easy to remove in case this gets corrected in the future. But basically people seem to agree that if it's on the data sheet, it's totally fair to add it to the model. So that's one little change I made, and I made sure to mount it right in front of what looks like a little hatch here. And this is what we're going to be painting today. Do you think I'm going to get through the whole thing in one stream? I don't know. So as far as Dark Angels week goes, I've got this falchion to paint. I have a Storm Talon, which is a Space Marine flyer, and I also have a Storm Speeder. Is that what it's called? Basically the new land speeder. I have a second one I picked up, but it's still in the box. Let's see if you guys can see it. It's behind me in the corner there by my light. The light is green for Dark Angels week, but it looks totally blue on camera. Hopefully it looks more green on your screen than it does on mine. On my screen, the light totally looks teal, but if I turn around and look at it, it's totally green. So I don't know quite how to fix that, but maybe I should play around with my color settings before next stream. But yeah, so that's the plan, is to paint this whole tank in one stream, and we're really just aiming for battle ready or tabletop quality. Make it look okay from 3 feet away or so. I was actually watching Kaylee Larson paint a tank super similar to this. It was Sikarin. Hey, White Wolf Ranger, welcome. Thank you for following. Really appreciate it. Anyway, last week I was seeing Kaylee paint a Sikarin that had the same kind of cannon on it, but just this one. And she was doing an amazing paint job. So that was inspiring. It gave me some confidence to tackle this. But at the same time, I don't think I'm going to do as awesome a job as she was doing. But I should totally get stuck in because this is a big project and it's going to take a while. It has been sitting on my table for about a month and a half now, so I'm just going to try and blow some dust off of it before I start painting. So, sorry, maybe I'll mute for just a second. You guys type something interesting in chat. This will take a second. All right, I'm now totally lightheaded, but at least the model is pretty much dust free now. And I am ready to start painting. We're just gonna dive right in. I got my clean paint water, got my brushes laid out. We're gonna go for the big brush when we start the green, but which is how I want to start. But first we're gonna go to this good old Pagoda number 4 and use a little bit of thick black paint as makeshift primer. I don't have any paint on primer, but it's kind of a little secret that good old Abaddon Black is such a strong, robust paint. It pretty much works like a primer. However, I'm putting it on so thick that I'm actually getting some kind of brush marks on there, so we're going to water it down just a little. And let's see if there's any other spot just over here on the other track. Guess you guys have a pretty good view of the tank from there. We'll move it around a little bit while we paint. And let's see if there's anywhere else that I cut it with a knife. Looks like I did run the blade along this edge at some point. The model kind of fell apart a little bit while I was working on it because it was not glued together super well. And I basically wanted to try to improve it as much as I could before I started painting it. Don't really want to leave a paint line on the model, so we'll just go right up to the edge of this little cutout here. Well, how's everybody's week going? Are you excited for any of the news coming out of Games Workshop? We had super exciting news this week. I'm saying that half jokingly, of the new Tau railgun stats. That pretty much sent shockwaves through the 40K community. It's gonna be like minimum damage 10, and it'll have a 1 command point submunition stratagem that lets it deal up to 8 mortal wounds to a squad of infantry. And a few people didn't quite realize that not only is that going to kill 8 infantry, but it will probably force pretty much an automatic morale failure. So after losing the 8 infantry to mortal wounds, you're probably going to lose another 1 model when you fail your morale check, at least if you're orcs or if you don't have unbreakable morale. And I'm assuming this is killing 8 1-wound models. You may not fail your morale if you're losing 2-wound models. But you'll lose 1 more when you fail morale, and then you're going to be probably under half strength on the squad, because besides the 8 models that you lost to the submunitions shot, you're likely to lose a few more to the probably burst cannons on the tank or just other Tau firepower, because it's not like the railgun is going to be the one thing shooting at your army. So you might be losing models on a roll of a 1 or a 2 in the rest of the squad. So if you are using a squad which loses 8 models to mortal wounds, you'll probably end up losing 10 or more models total to the combined fire of the cannon and whatever else is on the tank. The railgun, I mean. So that's kind of exciting. Hey, we got another follower. Awesome. Welcome, Mr. Altier. Happy to have you in the stream. How's your night going? Hello, welcome. We are painting a Forge World Falchion model I'm super excited about. Super heavy tank for my Dark Angels. Gives me a way to field basically a knight killer without bringing a knight or something else from another faction. So very excited about this relic tank. And it's gonna be Dark Angels week here on Challenger Tabletop. So we'll just be talking about Dark Angels today, history of the chapter, opinions, my experience with them, Dark Angels in my narrative campaign, and the future of the chapter and what might be coming in the near future for Dark Angels in terms of the Games Workshop storyline and where I think it might go. And of course, we'll be talking a lot about the Lion, the Primarch of the Dark Angels. And just starting out by getting a little bit of black paint here and there on the model where it needed it in place of primer. I had to do some repairs here, so I had a couple spots that didn't have paint on them, as I had to repair the tracks and sort of re-glue together a couple pieces of the hull. But I think we're just about done with the black and about ready to dive into green paint. And in fact, the heavy bolter on top might stay red. Mr. Altier says it's going just about to start the second part of my Shield Captain on Dawn Eagle. Okay, so this is Custodes Shield Captain on a Dawn Eagle jet bike, I guess. Super exciting. I have never faced Custodes, and I was going to say in 20 years of playing Warhammer 40k, but of course they're a relatively new faction. How long have Custodes been around, like a playable faction? When did they get their first codex? Has it only been about maybe 5 years now? And how long have you been playing them? Are you just getting into them? You're painting your Shield Captain on Dawn Eagle, so my guess would be that you're pretty new. Second part as in the rider himself. Oh, so it sounds like you already painted the bike. You must be a patient painter if you're spending multiple sessions on this guy. 2016 is your guess for when they came out, and you just picked them up last year. Awesome. Hard to for me to start saying last year now, talking about 2021. My project for last year was Orcs. I just started Orcs last year. My plan for Orcs was to make them my like a fully scratch built army. So my idea was to get into scratch building, which was something I'd kind of been curious about and interested in and thinking about for a while. Let's go ahead and remove this little heavy bolter I added if we can. Oh yeah, actually this is a couple more things I should throw some black paint on. So my idea was originally to scratch build a whole orc army, and I was gonna make it an all vehicle army. So I'm trying to think if you can have a HQ character who's a vehicle. Yeah, maybe like a, well, I was gonna say the Big Mech has some kind of walker he can pilot, but I guess that's not actually HQ choice. So I guess I would probably need to buy an HQ choice, but my plan was to scratch build basically everything else. Make a bunch of plastic card Stompas and maybe kill tanks and stuff like that. But as soon as I started working on it, I started with some Grot tanks. My friend saw I was building orcs and he gave me a whole bag of infantry. Mr. Altier says, 9H, you're gonna love this then. So I love all think knights. And I decided I wanted knights of the Round Table theme, so I created the Custodes of the Round Table. But every hero needs its villains, so I started the Saxon Orcs. Oh, that is totally cool. So we both started Orcs last year, it sounds like. It's all right. I suffer from fat fingers sometimes. I don't use autocorrect, so instead I have typos. Well, that's fun. Saxon Orcs. I decided on Goths, partly because I like to prime stuff black and then also paint parts of the model black, so it all just kind of goes quicker. And so somebody I used to play against, a guy named David, saw me posting pictures of some scratch built. I'm actually going to have to move this up a bit, aren't I? Saw me posting pictures of scratch built Grot tanks on Instagram, And he said, hey, I've got some orcs I've decided I'm not really interested in anymore. Do you want them? And I'm like, well, sure. So he gave me the old plastic baggie full of plastic orcs. And I think all told there were about, man, I want to say like 70 infantry, but that's got to be impossible. But yeah, it was something like almost 60 boys and about 15 storm boys and a war boss and a big mech in mega armor who was Bad Moons, sort of unfortunately. But I did paint him as Bad Moons. And I made that work for a while, but I actually finally ordered some big mechs with shock attack guns, so that's exciting. Mr. Altier says, yeah, Saxon orcs are Goths, and Custodes will play as pretty much any faction. That's always cool. Sounds like a really fun idea to do kind of like Knights of the Round Table. I'm also a fan of the Knights of the Round Table and of, I would say, mythology in general. And I actually was sort of looking into the history of the Knights of the Round Table and King Arthur not too long ago. And interestingly, I found out that the Knights of the Round Table almost seems like it was part of folklore, like a story people would tell. And then in medieval times, their stories started getting fleshed out almost like a fan fiction or something. And those are actually like the stories that have been handed down to us today. And I thought that was very interesting. I think the angle I was coming at it from was wanting to research more about the Holy Grail. Of course, I read the Dan Brown book, The Da Vinci Code, a few years ago. And so I wanted to know like how much kind of evidence is there for a Holy Grail, and I found out not really a whole lot. I watched a BBC documentary on the search for the Holy Grail on YouTube that was quite fascinating as well. I find all that kind of stuff super interesting. And the other kind of mythology I've gotten into lately has been Indian mythology. Specifically the two most famous stories from Indian history or mythology, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. And if you're into mythology, I highly recommend checking those out and learning about them, because they are really fascinating to me. And they definitely feel kind of like the Knights of the Round Table. They kind of feel like halfway between history, something that happened like really long ago that just is no longer recorded, but it was like passed down in oral tradition down to the modern day. Mr. Altier says it's a story that has been twisted over time. Fun fact, the oldest stories talk about over 50 knights, while modern telling cuts it down to 12. Well, that's really interesting, Mr. Altier. Very interesting to me, because I had somebody tell me once that the Knights of the Round Table were actually associated with the Zodiac. And I thought, well, that's crazy. I'm pretty sure the Zodiac has 12 different signs. And so his idea was that the Knights of the Round Table were each associated with a symbol of the Zodiac. So I thought, well, that sounds almost kind of legit. But I don't know. Your whole thing about 50 knights definitely throws a wrench in that theory. I have one fun theory of my own, which I don't mind sharing really quick, related to the Ramayana. Hey, welcome, Wolfenspawn. It's Dark Angel Week here on Challenger Tabletop, and I'm painting a Legion Falchion super heavy tank, and super excited about it. Been really looking forward to painting this model, and we just got into a little bit of mythology talk for a second before we start talking about Dark Angels. I was going to share my fun mythology theory about the Indian story, the Ramayana, which is kind of a love story. The basics of it are that a guy named Rama is living in India, and his beloved, a woman named Sita, gets kidnapped by a demon king of Lanka. And it's Lanka is an island south of India, so it's not hard to figure out that Lanka is modern day Sri Lanka. Wolf and Spawn says, nice one. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome. So Rama sets out to rescue his beloved Sita from Ravana, the demon king of Lanka. And his main problem is that Sri Lanka is like the richest, most powerful island in the world in his day and era. And so presumably it has a powerful navy, and he can't just sail there and attack it with ships because he doesn't have ships or a navy. But in southern India, he meets in the forests a monkey king named Hanuman, and Hanuman has whole legions of monkey soldiers who are kind of like halfway between humans and monkeys. They're sort of like wild men who live in the jungles, and they help Rama and join his quest, and they build a bridge out of rocks all the way to the island of Sri Lanka, and in this way they're able to attack it overland across the bridge. And a lot of people believe that there's modern day evidence for this bridge, in that in satellite photos you can basically see what appears to be an eroded causeway between India and Sri Lanka. And these days it's only about maybe 10 feet underwater now. So there is potentially some physical evidence for this. And so, long story short, Rama, Hanuman, and the army of monkeys. Hey, question. Am I okay with links? Sure. Yeah, go ahead and post. Altair, no problem. So Hanuman and Rama and the monkey soldiers cross the bridge into Sri Lanka. They kill Ravana and rescue Sita. And what we have at the end of the story is that Sita returns to her kingdom underground, which is very mysterious. I don't know if that's like a metaphor for she died and she got buried, or if, I guess, presumably people believed in an underground kingdom in India. And then Rama goes into exile for like, I think 14 years before returning to India. So my theory is that they escaped the island by stealing Ravana's fleet of ships, sailed to the Mediterranean, and explored the Mediterranean under false names, bringing with them all the riches they stole from Sri Lanka. And so while they were in the Mediterranean, I believe that Rama went by the name Dionysius. Hanuman, the monkey king, was Pan, and the monkey soldiers were Dionysus's satyrs, who are kind of described as like beast men. And this would explain a lot, like it would explain why the satyrs were all males. If they were the monkey soldiers, that would explain why there were no females. It would explain how Dionysius was so rich and how he was bringing foreign customs to the Mediterranean and foreign products like wine. And Greece had a tradition of oral storytelling. So while he was there, he probably would have been entertained by stories by the Greeks, and he would have probably been telling his own story in return to entertain the Greek kings who he was visiting. And upon returning to India, he would have had his whole story prepared and been able to pass it on and have that become the Ramayana, the story that's been handed down to the present day in India. So that's my theory, that Dionysius may in fact be Rama from the Ramayana. And something else it would explain is that Dionysius is supposedly a conqueror of India. And people have always kind of interpreted this to mean that Dionysius was a Greek who went to India and conquered it with a Greek army, but there's no record of that in Greece and there's no record of that in India. So it would kind of make more sense that he was actually a conqueror from India, and that's how the Greeks basically heard about his exploits, was that he was telling them in epic story form. And it's not like totally my original theory. I read this theory was put forward by a noble, like a few hundred years ago, or maybe it was in the 1800s. Someone who had read the Dionysiaca, I don't know exactly how to say it. It's the Greek stories of Dionysius, which I have not yet read, and had also read the Ramayana, which I have not read. I've just read summaries. And so apparently he became convinced that they were the same person, and I think the theory really holds up. And it was really exciting to feel like I was figuring out who this mysterious character of Dionysius may have actually been, like a historical person and not just a mythological figure. So that was fun, and it also explains a couple other things I've come across, like Dionysius supposedly took a wife while he was in the Mediterranean, which was Ariadne, the princess of Crete, or of Knossos, I guess, who was the one who gave the string to Theseus when he went into the Minotaur's maze, the string that helped him find his way out. That was Ariadne, and she left the island with him. Basically, her father kicked her off the island for helping Theseus kill the Minotaur. But on the way back to Athens with Theseus, supposedly she never made it back to Athens. They stopped on an island of Naxos, where Dionysius was currently at with his fleet of ships. And when he saw her sleeping, he abducted her and took her for his wife. So that fits. If his previous beloved Sita went underground back to her people, that kind of explains why Dionysius would have been looking for a wife when he was in the Mediterranean. And the other story I came across somewhat recently, and this was actually through 40K. What was it? There's something in 40K that had the word Damocles in it. Was it a vehicle or like an ability or a character? I don't remember what it was, but I was watching some 40K content and the name Damocles came up, and I thought, oh, that sounds familiar. Isn't that from mythology or something? But I didn't know or remember what it was. I guess I'd never really heard of what it was from, but it just sounded familiar. So I looked up Damocles and I found that I should be using a bigger brush for this. Well, maybe not. I think we'll stick with this for now. So I looked up Damocles to figure out what's the deal with that. What's it from? I guess we are going to switch to a bigger brush. This will go a lot quicker. And what I found out is that the reference comes from the Sword of Damocles, which is like a story which actually featured Dionysius. So I'd already had this theory about Dionysius, so I was quite excited when he came up randomly in researching this. And Damocles was a friend of Dionysius. And I'm like, whoa, this all sounds very like historical. Like, if Dionysus is just this mythological god, it doesn't seem like he would have buddies who were just ordinary people. So Damocles was one of his friends, and at some point Damocles exhibited some jealousy toward Dionysius. That he was jealous of Dionysius as king. And I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. I never heard that Dionysius was a king of anything, except maybe king of his fleet of ships. But they're such good friends, I guess, that Dionysius actually says, Damocles, you really don't need to be jealous of me. Tomorrow, you're going to take my place. You're going to be Dionysius, I'll be Damocles, and you'll get to be king. You'll try it out. And Damocles, I guess, doesn't quite know what to make of this, but says, well, okay, whatever you say. And so the next day, Damocles comes into the throne room. I don't know if this was on a ship or where exactly they were at. But what he finds is that Dionysius has hung a sword above the throne. And basically the sword is hanging by a hair. And it doesn't sound very believable that a single hair could support a sword. So maybe it was more like several strands of hair, but in the story it's a single hair. And Damocles like, what's this? And Dionysus is like, well, you wanted to be king. This is what I feel when I'm sitting on the throne, that I've got this sword hanging above me and it could fall on me at any moment. And so if you want to be king, you've got to have this sword hanging above you so you can feel what I feel. And I thought, well, that actually kind of fits my theory that Dionysius was in the Mediterranean hiding out from, basically trying to avoid revenge from Lanka. After killing the king of Sri Lanka, basically the most powerful country of his day, he must have been worried about revenge, that they were going to send assassins after him. And that would explain why he was in the Mediterranean. And that would also explain why he felt like there was a sword hanging above his head, which is what we learn in the story of the Sword of Damocles. So I thought that was quite interesting. I'm trying to remember if it might have even been a Custodes thing. Somebody should look up Damocles 40K and tell me, is it the name of a vehicle or an ability or what? Because I don't exactly remember. I think we need this paint to be a little more watered down. We may have to do a couple coats, but that's totally cool. So let's see. We know Mr. Altier is working on Custodes Shield Captain on Dawn Eagle bike. Anybody else doing hobby time tonight? And if so, what are you working on? Anybody else play Dark Angels? The other factions I play are Orcs, Genestealer Cult, and Drukhari. All of which I'm got models in the works on. Coming up in the next couple weeks. And my most recent army, I just forgot. I am now officially going to be playing a 5th faction. As just was it last night or 2 nights ago? I think it was last night. We had I learned that a bunch of Genestealer Cult's Brood Brothers data sheets are going away. So a bunch of the models that I had planned to paint as Genestealer Cult's Brood Brothers are not going to be allowed once the new codex comes out. And so I've decided to play Astra Militarum. I'm going to basically paint them as a planetary defense force instead of Brood Brothers. And a bunch of stuff that I previously painted as Brood Brothers, I'm going to convert or repaint, probably just repaint faces, so that instead of sort of pinky purple, they'll be more human colors. And I'm going to be playing a Planetary Defense Force as my 5th faction and my 2nd Imperial faction. So for Imperials, I'll have Dark Angels and Astra Militarum PDF force. So very excited about that. I added up how many points of Astra Militarum I'm going to be able to run, and it's about 3,500 points. So I already have a ton of Astra Militarum stuff that's just needs some repainting or painting. Got some pretty cool 3D printed Bullgrins recently that were going to be Genestealer Cult's Brood Brothers, but now they're going to be Astra Militarum. So those will be fun. And I also got some Ogrins too. These are War Machine bodies. They're sort of like guerrilla fighters, but with Games Workshop heads. So I really thought those looked cool. So those were going to be Brood Brothers, but now they're going to be Astra Militarum. So super exciting. I'm really looking forward to the expanded options for Imperium, because one of the house rules we play in my local narrative campaign is Imperium versus non-Imperium. So previously, if someone was playing Chaos or Xenos, I would always take my Dark Angels against them. Now I'll be able to choose Dark Angels or Astra Militarum. So that's going to be fun. And I just won an eBay auction today for a metal Astra Militarum priest. What do they call him? Can't remember the word before priest, but the one who basically gives +1 melee attack to nearby Astra Militarum models, and that will combo really well with Ogrins and Bullgrins. And I actually got 2. One is a Games Workshop model, Pewter, and the other one is a Victoria Miniatures model, a female priest with a shaved head and a chainsword, or a book. So I really like both the models. I think they'll be super fun. And it's kind of funny, like everyone's going to be bald in my Astra Militarum, because originally I picked up almost all the models to be Brood Brothers, and it's kind of a trait of the Genestealer Cult's Brood Brothers that they're all hairless. So I made a point of only getting models that would be appropriate for that. So kind of funny. But I'll probably paint some of them like they have stubble, growing in, and they've just shaved their heads for the purpose of military uniform, basically. But yep, super exciting. I am planning to probably stick to Games Workshop models for my live stream games. Oh yeah, we do have 2 live stream games lined up for January already, so that's super exciting. They're going to be my first live streamed games. So we're still kind of getting the studio set up for that, but it should be ready. I think we're playing on the 11th and the 15th. So look forward to that. The 11th is going to be Orcs versus like a successor chapter of the Black Templars. I don't know if they're a successor chapter of Black Templars from a story point of view, but they're going to be Black Templars rules, but painted differently. And then on the 15th, I think we're going to be playing Orcs versus Bloody Rose Adeptus Sororitas. And that's a rematch against a new opponent I just met and played my first game against recently, named German. And he's a super awesome player. He won the game, so I'm looking for revenge with the Orcs. But he was a great sport, really nice. So it's going to be a lot of fun to play him again. And I just can't wait to start playing battle reports on the channel. painting is really kind of intended to be my side thing on the channel, as my real passion is battle reports, both watching and my goal is in terms of making the channel. And painting is more like something I can do on my own when I don't have time or an opponent to play a battle report against. But I'm going to try and stick to the painting on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and we'll be doing battle reports probably Tuesday and Saturday. So that's the plan for the new year, along with keeping it positive, which is not always easy for me, I can admit, and staying fit, eating right. I'm doing construction now as a part-time job. Is my second job, putting up gutters. So I was actually working outside in the rain most of the day today, and pretty tired. But I've got enough energy to paint, and I'll be doing that usually Wednesday, Thursday, Friday before my painting stream. But the cool part about that is I'm basically getting paid to exercise, and doing construction, installing gutters is actually great exercise. It involves a lot of carrying ladders around and big heavy tool belt with a drill and hammer and a pry bar and tape measure and a level and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes it does feel a bit dangerous, going up on 20-30 foot ladders in the rain, working all day, getting tired. But we're really careful, and the guy I work with, who has a lot more experience than me, basically does all the most dangerous stuff, so he really watches out for me. So that's nice, and it's been surprisingly fun. I got that job partly thinking I would learn skills that would help me fix up my mom's old farmhouse, and I have learned a lot. But who knows? If I find something else that pays a lot better, I may switch gigs. But in the meantime, I'm enjoying the exercise. Working outside is kind of nice during COVID. It feels safer than being inside around a bunch of customers or whatever. My other gig is watching Hotel Desk, which is a lot more laid back than construction. So let's get into today's topic, the Dark Angels, the First Legion, the Unforgiven. They have a lot of names. Probably the greatest Space Marine chapter, in my opinion. I got into playing Dark Angels probably about 2007. When I was first getting into Warhammer 40k in the 90s. I think I discovered 40k around 1995. And by about probably 97, 98, had a small Space Marine army, and I was starting to play some games with my friend Ian. And Ian had chosen Dark Angels, so I didn't want to play the same chapter as him, so I was painting mine as Blood Angels back in the day. And when I got back into 40k after college, I no longer had that reason not to play Dark Angels, since we weren't really hanging out or playing together like we used to. So I ended up switching my chapter to Dark Angels because I liked the sort of green armor on the Marines combined with the white armor on the Terminators. Love Terminators. Thought Deathwing looked awesome. So switched my chapter and repainted my Blood Angels as Dark Angels, which was not too hard because I had really only ever finished painting about maybe 3 models my whole high school career. But after college, I was working at a video game studio during this time, doing animation, and I was often putting in like 8-9 hour days or longer doing 3D animation at work. And so I basically realized that I developed the endurance to be able to sit down and paint for 3 or 4 hours for fun on my Warhammer. So that was when I kind of got into the habit of kind of powering through my painting, batch painting. And so the way that I kind of first got back into it is I dug out all my old Space Marines, of course Firstborn, from my high school days to try to figure out like how many models do I actually have, how many squads of Marines can I put together. And gosh, I think I might have had about 50 Space Marines. I can't remember exactly, but I had quite a few. Maybe it wasn't quite that many. So I set about rebuilding them all, because of course they weren't all built. A lot of them were in pieces in drawers, and assembling them all into squads. And around that time, I decided to pick up the new Space Hulk board game. So I don't know, when did that come out? Around 2007, 2008? That's kind of my recollection of about when this was, but maybe it was later. Maybe it was closer to 2010. But around the time I was getting back into 40K, I picked up the Space Hulk board game, and I converted all those Blood Angels Terminators into Deathwing. And that was a lot of fun. I was really happy with how they came out. I still play with a lot of those models that I painted at that time. And I've been a Dark Angels player ever since. So if we just say it was about 2010, then that would be about over a decade now that I've been playing Dark Angels. And I've seen editions and codexes come and go during that time, of course. And I've had some awesome games. And for about the last maybe 5 years or so, maybe even longer, I guess since about, trying to think if it was 7th or 8th edition. Might have been about the start of 8th edition that we've been playing this campaign. So how long has that been? 4 years? Something like that. And during that time, we've me and my friends who wanted to participate have played probably about maybe 50 games in this as part of this narrative campaign, maybe more. There's a time last year where me and my friend Mortimer were getting together every Friday to play 40K. Basically, we were avoiding all social activities except the two of us would get together to play 40K. So it was kind of like we were sharing a COVID bubble, as it were. And our schedules lined up to where we both had Fridays off, and we both loved 40K. I guess I'm guilty of getting him into 40K, so that's great. Uh-oh, looks like, what's going on here? Some paint dripped, maybe, some primer? Or did they have to glue something? Not a big deal. I got this model secondhand, so it's definitely not in perfect condition. And I suppose in the game it's supposed to be 10,000 years old, so it's okay if it has a little bit of glue or battle damage on it. And we're just kind of masking it, or what is it? Blocking in the green everywhere that we're going to have green. And I don't need to be too careful because it's primed black. If we kind of dry brush it on and there's a little bit of black here and there, it'll kind of look like a natural shadow, which is cool. Of course, this would go a lot faster with a airbrush, but then we would also be getting it all over the tracks unless we masked them off. So brush has a few advantages, few disadvantages. I'm definitely impressed by all the people I'm seeing using airbrush on Twitch. Learned a lot from watching their streams. Sorry, we've been out of focus there. Anybody in chat use an airbrush? And if so, what brand? I'm trying to remember what the ones I heard recommended. Seemed like one of the cheaper ones is called Badger, and the really high-end ones are Iota, and I don't remember what I heard was in the middle. But this is going pretty quick. The plan is then to mix up a slightly lighter green and kind of dry brush that on like a highlight, and then go to an even lighter green and edge highlight. But I don't think we're going to edge highlight every conceivable edge on this model. We're just going to do the easy and important ones, and then I'm kind of like of the opinion that I can always come back to these models. Kevin Kitsune, good evening. Welcome to chat. Good to have you here. We're painting a Legion Falchion for my Dark Angels, and we're just getting into discussing the Dark Angels tonight. It's going to be like Dark Angels week here on the channel. If I can, I'm going to finish this model in one stream, but it might be two. And then I also have a Storm Talon and a Storm Speeder waiting for paint. Are you doing some hobby tonight, Kevin? If so, what are you painting? And also the other question is, do you use an airbrush? And if so, what kind? Personally, I have not gotten into airbrush painting yet, but I'm thinking I might ask for one for my birthday in September. So it's still a long ways off, but could be cool. It looks like fun, but I see that if you airbrush, you kind of need to wear like a respirator. That doesn't sound fun. I do a little bit of like super basic kind of airbrushing with my rattle can spray primers. I recently learned the term zenithal spray, which was something I was already doing. I didn't know the name for it. It's just when you spray like a white primer from above to create kind of a highlight that kind of simulates top-down lighting. Also, what factions does everybody play? I'm very curious to hear. I'm Dark Angels, Drukhari, Genestealer Cults, Orcs, and today I decided I'm going to be playing, or I guess last night I decided I'm going to be playing Astra Militarum as my new faction. Just because I had the models already, I was planning to make them all Brood Brothers, but a lot of them are not going to be allowed in the new codex, so great excuse to paint them as a different army. And that way I'll have two Imperial armies to choose from, Dark Angels or Astra Militarum. So Dark Angels, been playing them about 10 years now, and been playing them in a narrative campaign for probably coming up on about 5 years. And I do love the Dark Angels. I maybe, don't love them quite as much now that I play several other factions. I guess I have to spread my affection around, but I still am loyal to the First Legion. I still consider them the greatest Space Marines. Kevin does paint with an airbrush, and he has the really good one. I have an Iwata HPCS and a Badger Patriot 105. Haven't used the Badger because the connection from the hose to the airbrush is a little wonky. That's something I've noticed. A lot of people who have airbrushes have like constant problems with them. And I guess that's just like anything. It takes maintenance. But they have a lot of delicate parts compared to like the good old trusty paintbrush. You got that little like a pin that kind of moves back and forth to control the spray density or whatever, spray power. And you got a trigger, and you got your little pot and different tubes that can get clogged and stuff. Seems like a lot of times when you're watching people painting with airbrushes, they're taking breaks to clean or fix issues with the brush. But then again, as soon as they start going, everything goes super fast. And you can create a bunch of great effects. I think one of the coolest things you can do with an airbrush is like sort of lighting, where you can do like really soft kind of faint spray of color over an area, just adding like a little color at a time, and then more focused color in a little area to make it look like you have a glow effect without totally hiding the colors that are underneath. That seems like something that's a lot easier to do with an airbrush as opposed to like a paintbrush where you have to mix every intermediary color and apply them one after another, or wet blend or whatever. Hey, we got another follower. Cheeky Desk Nurgling. Cheeky Desk Nurgling, welcome. Great to have you in the channel. It's Dark Angel week here on Challenger Tabletop, and I am painting a Legion Falchion for my Dark Angels. Super excited about this model. Something I've been wanting probably ever since my friend Mortimer's Chaos Knights kicked my ass. And I just can't wait to bring the hurt to those Chaos Knights with this anti-Titan gun on here. But I picked this thing up on eBay at the end of November, and it's been sitting on my desk for about a month and a half. I just repaired it. It needs some repairs on the tracks. You can probably see on the bottom some areas where the tracks are still damaged. But I repaired it about 2 weeks ago, and maybe a little more than that, and I've been just itching to start painting it, but at the same time kind of intimidated. And then I saw Kaylee Larson was painting a tank very similar to this and in Dark Angel colors, and that really inspired me. Are you painting a Chaos tank, Cheeky Desk Nurgling? Or what are you doing hobby tonight? What are you working on? Curious to hear. And what factions do you play? That's kind of the question of the day, along with do you use an airbrush? And just gonna go into just kind of talk about the Dark Angels for a bit. Give some history of the Dark Angels, although probably most people know about as much as I do. Maybe I know a little more because I've been playing them. Okay, Cheeky Desk Nurgling's working on some Black Templars. Very cool. What models? I'm not going to let you get any painting done. I'm just going to keep asking you questions. I actually have a game coming up against Black Templars, I think on the 11th. Going to be bringing my Goth Orcs against some kind of successor chapter Black Templars. Ooh, Crusader Squad. How cool. The Crusader Squad has pretty much like Primaris Scouts as part of it. Are they called Neophytes? I think they look awesome. Personally, I'm a huge fan of Scouts. Right before they went from being troops to elites, I painted like 50 Scouts. Kevin Kitsune says, my factions are all over the place. Haven't played a game yet due to the pandemic. Well, thanks for being safe. My biggest army points-wise is my AdMech. How cool. Followed by the Tau. I'm sure you're excited for the new Railgun news. Space Marines, Raven Guard successor chapter, Iron Ravens. That's an awesome name. Necrons. And my smallest is the Sisters of Battle. Wow. How many? Let's count those. AdMech, Tau, Space Marines, Necrons, and Sisters of Battle. So we're both at 5. Super cool. That's really fun. That's really quite a lot of painting for not having played a game yet. And you know, I think you're not alone. I've been hearing a lot of people say I've just been painting and I haven't played it all yet. So that's really cool. Welcome to the hobby. And Primaris Neophytes. Yeah, thanks, Cheeky Desk Nurgling. Thought that's what they're called. I think they're great. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Scouts, and the fact that now we have kind of like a Primaris version of Scouts gets me excited. I'm hoping that we see a Scout release for Primaris for all chapters, kind of like the Neophytes, but maybe with like sniper rifles or who knows what. But infiltrating. So my Dark Angels army started out being Blood Angels from my high school years that I added the Terminators from Space Hulk. So that was about, I think I had some old metal Terminators. So I had probably about 20 Terminators at one point. And I want to say about maybe 50 Firstborn Marines. And over time, I've transitioned to Primaris and gave away a lot of my old Space Marines. So I would basically put together like a little 1,000 point starter army, give it to a friend who didn't play yet, and see if I could kind of tempt them into learning the game that way. And it didn't work on everybody. And I somehow didn't do that with Mortimer, my friend who's probably the most into 40k. Although I've got some other friends who are going to kind of give him a run for his money. Kevin Kitsune says, I do have a Tyranid Start collecting box. Sounds like it's not opened yet. And a Swarmlord that I'm painting for fun. Awesome. I've been seeing some cool, I think, yeah, Swarmlord on Instagram with like the brown and white speckles. Have you seen that one? Very cool looking. If you guys haven't checked out my Instagram, it's at Challenger Tabletop, just like the channel. And I'm posting all my models on there now as I finish them. And I've been really having a ton of fun interacting with other painters on Instagram. Seems like a really cool way to feel like part of the community. Oh, thanks for following, Kevin. Really appreciate it. Just hit about like 200 followers on Instagram, so still kind of small, but growing there as well. This is by far the most successful night on Twitch, and now that I think about it, I totally failed to update my title for this stream. What is it called? I gotta look and update it right now. That's kind of funny. Let's put this in focus in the meantime. Let's see. I'm using OBS Studio to stream. And stream information. Can I change it while it's live? It doesn't want to show. Dead air. Stream information. Oh, here we go. How to stream painting on Twitch. That was the theme of my last stream. You can watch it now on YouTube as I'm uploading all my streams onto there, Challenger Tabletop channel. So this one we're going to call Fate of the First Legion, as we're going to be talking about the Dark Angels today. And we're going to be discussing their history, my experience with them in my narrative campaign, and where I think that the story might go for the Dark Angels. As I feel like Games Workshop has been kind of dropping some hints as for what could be coming in the future for Dark Angels for quite a while now. Of course, we are one of the chapters who's awaiting the return of our Primarch. But unlike a lot of chapters, we know exactly where he is. And he's been there for what? Probably coming up on 7 or 8 years now. We've been told that the lion has recovered from his coma. He's in the Rock, which is the Dark Angels' fortress asteroid. And he's just chilling in the basement of the Rock. No one knows he's there. He's like hide and seek champion for like, thousands of years. I don't know, hundreds of years. I'm not sure how long he's been down there. But all of us Dark Angels players are eagerly awaiting the return of the lion. But I have a feeling that Games Workshop is trying to think up a really good storyline for his return. And I have my theories about what that might be, which I'll share with you guys tonight. But in case you don't know, I'll just share a little bit of quick background on the Dark Angels. So the story begins before the Great Crusade, over 10,000 years ago. Kevin Kitsune. Good, because I know next to nothing other than the whole, are they traitors or not? Awesome. Well, I'll fill you in. I'll give you the short version. Well, except this is Warhammer, so I'm going to take 20 minutes to give you the short version. So, Our story begins with the creation of the Primarchs by the Emperor, where he has formed his plan to reunite the scattered worlds of humanity across the galaxy. And they've all been separated for millennia by warp storms, but he foresees that these warp storms are going to abate. And I guess the warp storms were caused by the destruction of the Eldar Empire and the creation of the Slaanesh Chaos God. And so eventually these warp storms are going to abate, and the Emperor is preparing for this by creating his 20 super soldiers, the Primarchs, each of which is going to command an army of super soldiers, which he will be able to replenish with his own gene seed, DNA basically. And how should I paint these things? I'm thinking maybe they should be like glowing plasma batteries or something, but I can always come back and add glow later. I am planning to make these barrels kind of glowing here, where they have kind of like a little window into the barrel. I've seen some people paint that like plasma glow and it looks awesome, but I don't think I'm going to do that tonight. I can always come back and add that later, so I'll start by painting them silver for now. So the Emperor creates his 20 super soldiers, but before he can raise the Primarchs from being babies, they are scattered across the galaxy by the Chaos Gods to wreck his plans. And so this includes Lionel Johnson, the Primarch of the Dark Angels, who ends up on the planet Caliban. And Caliban is a death world, a forest death world, inhabited by sort of like chaos beast monsters. And it's located in the Segmentum Obscurus, north of the Eye of Terror, very close to the Eye of Terror, kind of on the far side of it from Terra. Hey, Nick, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Black with silver patina. Hi, Nick. Good to see you. That's my cousin there. Great to see you on stream again. How's it going? Talking about the history of the Dark Angels Legion and Dark Angels Chapter Space Marines. And I am painting up a awesome Dark Angels super heavy tank tonight, the Legion Falchion. It's like a Titan destroyer or super heavy tank destroyer. And I can't wait to use it to take on my friend Mortimer's Chaos Knights and hopefully take out a couple before it gets blown off the table. Nick says, good, love story time. Awesome. All right. Well, our story begins in the ancient past over 10,000 years ago, and the Emperor has created the 20 Primarchs who will lead his crusade to reconquer the galaxy and all the scattered worlds of humanity. And the Chaos Gods have scattered the Primarchs across the galaxy, including the Primarch of the Dark Angels, Lionel Johnson. And even without the Primarchs, the Emperor has enough of their genetic material on hand to create legions of Space Marines made from the gene seed of each of the Primarchs, including the Dark Angel Space Marines. So he has actually created the Dark Angels and sets out to find the 20 Primarchs. Meanwhile, Lionel Johnson has been placed or set upon the world of Caliban, a forest death world inhabited by monsters in the Segmentum Obscurus. And he actually grows up in the wild, kind of like, I don't know if you guys ever heard about those children who grew up like raised by wolves in Europe. Like, it's really happened before, where children were like raised from being babies almost by wild animals and then lived in the forest, surviving on their own, and even survived to adulthood. although they were eventually found. This is basically what happens with Lionel Johnson. And the Primarchs are described as like growing to adulthood like super fast, kind of like some Greek gods are described that way in mythology. Like, for instance, I think Apollo supposedly grows into an adult in like a matter of weeks or something. So Lionel Johnson becomes quite a formidable hunter, I guess, just on his own, living in the woods as a child. But he is pretty quickly found by the knights who live on Caliban. Caliban has kind of a noble class of knights, and their traditional role in the society is that they're the ones who fight against these monsters, these chaos beasts. I guess they just called them the beasts. So I don't know, I think he even might have killed some of the beasts on his own, or maybe he eventually does. Lionel Johnson joins the Order of Knights and eventually becomes pretty much like the leader of his own Order of Knights, which he calls the Order. And the Order becomes basically the supreme among the different noble houses on Caliban. And Lionel Johnson's sort of teacher or companion is a knight named Luther. And together they set about to lead a crusade to wipe out the beasts on Caliban. And basically their plan is that they're going to civilize this death world and remove the threat of the beasts so that the people who live on the planet can prosper and move forward with civilization. And over the course of several years, the Lion, as he comes to be known, Lionel Johnson, and Luther, and the Order, and the other knightly houses on Caliban successfully kill all the beasts. And the beasts are kind of mysterious. They're described as being like each one is different, and they're just ferocious and huge and super deadly. And they each like live in different parts of the forest. And they're kind of described like almost like protectors of the forest, to where you almost feel like a little bit sad that they're all being wiped out, but at the same time they're also kind of evil and kind of chaos tainted. And I think the idea is that they're probably present on Caliban because Caliban is so close to the Eye of Terror, where the chaos dimension is basically bleeding into real space, and all the sort of chaos energy radiating out of the Eye of Terror is like mutating the animals on Caliban. And that's how it's believed that the beasts kind of came to be. But eventually the beasts are all wiped out. Although based on that explanation for why they exist, you'd think that they could always come back and there could be more of them. But supposedly they're all wiped out, and Caliban goes into kind of a new era of prosperity and progress. And they already had like some technology, like they had even almost like rudimentary power armor and chain swords and bolt pistols, so very similar to the technology of the Imperium, but not quite as advanced, I guess, somewhat more primitive. And so this is pretty much the situation on Caliban when the Emperor finds the Lion, arrives with his Space Marines, and the Lion is placed in command of his legion of Dark Angels. And this is where we learn that the Emperor has 20 legions of Space Marines, one for each of the Primarchs, and each time he finds one of the Primarchs, he will place that Primarch in command of the Legion of Space Marines who are made using his own DNA gene seed. So the Lion assumes command of the Dark Angels, but he doesn't want to forget the Knights of the Order, and all of the ones who are young enough get accepted into the Dark Angels, go through the process of becoming Space Marines by having the gene seed organ implanted in their bodies, and over about a course of about a year they become Space Marines. But Luthor is too old to go through the process, so instead he just gets some sort of genetic enhancements of some kind that are not quite as cool as the Space Marine gene seed, but still make him better than a ordinary human. So the Lion eventually places Luthor in command of the planet Caliban, while he goes out and participates in the Emperor's Great Crusade to conquer the galaxy. So basically the Emperor has he goes around finding all the Primarchs, he places them in command of their legions, and then he sends them out all in different directions, sometimes working together at times, to spread out and bring civilization to the galaxy. And the Dark Angels perform very well. It turns out that the Lion is a brilliant tactician, but he's also very quiet and secretive, which kind of goes back to his time living in the wilds on Caliban. He's kind of like, doesn't really feel the need to tell everybody what he's thinking. He's usually silent, and people find him sort of ominous and foreboding and intimidating. And he has a really brilliant mind, but he's also a fantastic warrior. And he's really almost unparalleled among the other Primarchs. He's called the Lion, or the First, and his legion, the Dark Angels, are the First Legion, as each of the 20 legions is assigned a number. So the Lion performs very well, the Dark Angels perform very well in the Great Crusade, but eventually Horus is placed as War Master in charge of the Great Crusade, so the Emperor can work on other projects and keep doing his research. And Horus figures out that the Emperor eventually plans to destroy the Space Marines and the Primarchs once the conquest of the galaxy is complete. His super soldier warriors will no longer be needed, and ultimately he plans to get rid of them. This is revealed to Horus by the Chaos Gods, and Horus eventually swears his loyalty to Chaos and turns against the Emperor to try and, save himself and the other Space Marines, thinking that he can get all the Space Marine legions and Primarchs to join him once they know the truth. But of course, half of them refuse and stay loyal to the Emperor, and we have the civil war known as the Horus Heresy that rips the galaxy apart and ultimately ends up reaching Terra, or Earth, and the Emperor is mortally wounded, as is Horus, and Sanguinius is killed. Several of the other Primarchs are killed. And the Lion, unfortunately, is sent to the far side of the galaxy by Horus so that he won't be on hand to intervene when Horus attacks Terra. And the Lion basically falls for this ploy and is not on hand to protect Earth when it comes under attack. When the Lion eventually returns to his home planet of Caliban, his ships are attacked by the very Dark Angel forces that he had placed in defense of the planet. And it turns out that Luthor, who he had left in charge of the defense of Caliban, has been in communication with the traitor legions and has joined them and fires on his own Primarch. So the Lion, who is pretty callous warlord, orders the bombardment of his own home planet by his space fleet, and he leads an attack to the planet's surface in the meantime to confront Luthor and try to turn him back to his own side. But and meanwhile, Luthor, I guess, thinks he can turn the Lion to chaos. So the two of them end up having a battle against each other where at the same time that they're fighting, neither one really wants to kill the other, and they're both trying to convince each other to change sides, and they're both wounded, and the bombardment of the planet, the continued bombardment of the planet, eventually causes it to start cracking apart. And I don't know exactly why, but the planet starts to be sucked into the warp as it comes apart. So maybe the connection between Caliban and the warp was deeper than was really understood. I'm not exactly clear on that. But the planet starts to get sucked into the warp as it comes apart, and the traitor Space Marines, the fallen Dark Angels who are on Caliban, get sucked into the warp with it. Eventually, only one piece of the planet remains, which is protected by the force fields around its biggest fortress. And the Dark Angels eventually turn this asteroid into their floating space fortress called the Rock. They put engines on it. I assume it can travel into the warp like any other spacefaring vessel. And it becomes the new home of the Dark Angels Legion. And yet the Dark Angels then, I guess, learn the full truth of the Horus Heresy and the attack on Terra. And they decide to keep it secret that half the Dark Angels turned traitor on Caliban. And meanwhile, I guess the Lion is so badly injured that he has to be placed in stasis, and he's sort of in a coma aboard the Rock. And the Dark Angels also learn that so Cheeky Desk Nurgling says, yes, but the Lion was also playing both sides. So there is that speculation that maybe the reason that the Lion followed Horus's orders and went where he basically wasn't going to be able to participate in the battle was intentional. That he wanted to see who was going to win, and that he would join the traitors if they won, or he would remain loyal to the Imperium if the traitors lost. It is written, says Cheeky Desk Nurgling. Well, you may have trouble convincing some Dark Angels players that the Lion was anything but loyal to the Emperor. Personally, I think that the Lion is maybe like the closest of the Primarchs to the Emperor himself. Cheeky Desk Nurgling says he gave the Iron Warriors siege weapons for the war on Terra. Well, I don't know if that's why he gave them to them, but it is true that the Dark Angels did give the Iron Warriors possession of a bunch of like Titan legions or something. And I think it could be debated as to whether the Lion knew that they were traitors or that they were planning to attack Terra at that time. But I haven't read the books, so... but I have heard that claim. And in general, the accusations that the Dark Angels were not loyal has plagued them ever since. Cheeky Desk Nurgling says, I think the Legion's lore is super good. Me too. I love how complex and interesting it is. And I do look forward to probably listening to the audiobooks of the Horus Heresy at some point. So far, I have listened to the first one, Horus Rising. I got it free on Audible because you get like one free book, I think. And then I've listened to some kind of lore summary videos on YouTube that were very entertaining. Up until about the point of the infamous drop site massacre. I think that was about as far as I got. And yeah, I love all this Horus Heresy lore too. And it's even fun, like the fact that it was 10,000 years ago. It just, has such a cool ring to it. But ever since the Horus Heresy, the Lion has been deep in the basements of the rock, and the Dark Angels have been hunting down the fallen who were scattered across space and time when Caliban fell into the warp. And there's also some debate as to what exactly is the motivation of the Dark Angels in hunting down the fallen and keeping them secret. Because the sort of on the surface, their reasoning is they need to cleanse the stain on their honor by tracking down these traitors and sort of bringing them to justice. And they have a special kind of inquisitor or chaplain in the Dark Angels chapter, which is the interrogator chaplain. And they're like a higher rank of chaplain. Chaplains, of course, are the Space Marines who are in charge of maintaining the chapter lore and history. And the interrogator chaplains are specifically interested in capturing and interrogating the fallen. And we know that they capture the fallen. We know that they take them to the rock and to the dungeons of the rock, and they subject them to various torments and try to force them to repent, supposedly. But, oh, cool. Cheeky Dust Nurgling says, I play 3 Marine armies, Templars, Crimson Fists, and my own homebrew that uses the Sons of Horus gene seed. You know, because Belisarius Cawl is a seedy little git. That's true. So I should say something about the division of the legions into chapters. So after the Horus Heresy, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, Robert Guilliman, although nobody really knows how to say his name right as far as I'm concerned, or no one can agree, wrote the Codex Astartes, a book which would provide new instructions for the Space Marines that would prevent something like the Horus Heresy from happening again. Robot Guilliman, or Robot Girly Man. And the Codex Astartes insisted that the Space Marine legions each be broken up into chapters of 1,000 Marines. And so, including his own legion, the Ultramarines, which is, I think, the most numerous of all. And so the Dark Angels was broken up into chapters, one of which would be called the Dark Angels, and the rest would adopt new names like Guardians of the Covenant. What else? What are some other Dark Angel successors? Angels of Redemption, Angels of Absolution, and collectively they're known as the Unforgiven. And within each of these chapters of Space Marines, or of Dark Angels, there would be an inner circle of Marines who would know the truth about the heresy and the betrayal of the fallen. But it was agreed that it would be kept secret from the average battle brother. And only those who prove themselves trustworthy and inquisitive and seem like they would be an asset in the hunt for the fallen would be told the truth and entrusted with this terrible secret about the chapter. So the Dark Angels and the Unforgiven, the inner circle, and then generally, have you read the book The War of Secrets? It is very good. Actually, it's on my list. I thought a lot about what I heard about that book when I was developing my lore for my narrative campaign. I'll get into that in a little bit. Yeah, War of Secrets is more recent lore of the Dark Angels. Yeah, I definitely should read that one. I should listen to it on audiobook. So, the Unforgiven. Oh, okay, and then there's something else kind of unique about the Dark Angels, which is that they, their first company in each chapter which is generally the veteran company, are generally fight in all Terminator armor, and they are pretty much responsible for fighting or for directly taking on the Fallen. And so they fight in Terminator armor to have sort of a tactical advantage against the Fallen Space Marines, who are generally wearing power armor. And then the second company of each Unforgiven chapter is generally called like the Raven Wing, and it's a fast attack chapter or fast attack company, which is usually mounted on fast vehicles and is in charge of hunting down the Fallen and hunting for traces of them. So the Dark Angels might deploy to a planet, and the Raven Wing will be out. They might hear some rumor that leads them to a planet, and then they'll send the Raven Wing out to gather information. Usually the Raven Wing wears black armor, which is like the traditional style of their chapter. And as they go from place to place, they might ask the locals, have you seen any Space Marines wearing black armor like us? And they search for any news they can find of the Fallen, and then when they hunt some down, they call in the Death Wing, the first company, to come take them out or take them into custody. So those are some sort of unique formations of the Dark Angels that you don't see in other chapters. Let's see if we can keep that in focus. So another small difference between the Dark Angels and other chapters is generally the captains of each company are referred to as masters, and the overall captain of the Dark Angels is called the Grand Master, and they're, I think, always part of the inner circle, so that they can be privy to the secrets of the chapter. And their overall commander of the Dark Angels is currently Azrael in the lore. And we have some other characters like the head of the interrogator chaplains is Asmodai. But yeah, it's kind of getting into the nitty gritty of name characters. So after the Horus Heresy, the chapter did kind of rebrand itself and change their colors, which is something that is more a trait of the Traitor Legions, if you think about it. Generally, the Traitor Legions changed their colors after the Heresy when they became Chaos Warbands. So it is kind of interesting that the Dark Angels changed from black to green. It makes me wonder if that was only after the Heresy, or if that happened during the Heresy. It could be evidence that they maybe were thinking of changing sides. Because after all, the Fallen were still painting their armor black. There's like a subset of players who do believe that the Fallen might actually be the good guys, and the Dark Angels are actually the traitors, like legitimately. But I'm not totally convinced of that. There is also the Fallen named Cypher, who is kind of like the, I guess, number one most wanted of the Dark Angels. And he's shown up in a lot of the lore and books. Cheeky Desk Nurgling says, so do you know the non-lore reason they went from black to green? I'd be curious to hear it. What have you got? No, I haven't really heard anything about why they changed their colors. Oh, although, of course, there are two other black chapters. There's Raven Guard and Iron Hands are both loyalist chapters that are black. So maybe there's just too many black chapters. But of course, there is also another green chapter, which is the Salamanders, but they're kind of a brighter green. Hey, I think we might be just about base coated on this green. Let's turn this model around a little bit and see. Maybe I should do green on this part of the gun up here. I think let's do that. I like when cannon on a tank has partly the colors of the tank on it. Cheeky Dust Nurgling says the paint was mislabeled Dark Angels green, so they just went with it. That is really funny. Did that really happen? That is hilarious. Was it supposed to be like Dark Angels black, or was it supposed to be just some other green? That's funny. Weird. No, I've never heard that. That is funny. Wonder if it's true. Sounds like it could just be an urban legend. So, some Dark Angel players are kind of in a tough, interesting spot in that, are you playing a loyal chapter? Are you playing a traitor chapter? I heard it from the lion's mouth. So I'm of the opinion that, my personal opinion is that the Dark Angels are loyal. I like to think that they are among the most loyal of Space Marine chapters. That, with our loyalty constantly being questioned by the other Space Marines and always being teased about being traitors, and there's not really any way to shut people up or convince them otherwise, has led Dark Angels to develop the motto, loyalty is its own reward. Nurgling says, I think the chapter is loyal, but the lion was waiting to see who won. I've certainly heard that accusation a few times, but I like to boast that Dark Angels are the best and most loyal legion, and it's kind of a joke among the players that if people mention the Dark Angels being traitors or anything like that, we just say, I don't know what you're talking about, and just play dumb and don't acknowledge it. So that's kind of the traditional response to the sort of teasing and ribbing that you get from other Space Marine players. And no matter, how often the Dark Angels save the Imperium or fight to the death in defense of the Imperium, it's never gonna, convince anybody. So we just have to be loyal for its own sake. Nurgling says, that being said, I love the Dark Angels. Me too. I think they're a lot of fun. One of the cool conversions I made at one point for my Dark Angels was a unit of veterans with power swords and storm shields, which I called the Knights of Caliban. And I kit bashed their helmets and swords with Warhammer Fantasy helmets and swords. Nurgling says, at least they aren't mutants like those damn dirty dogs. So at some point, the Dark Angels Primarch, Lionel Johnson, ended up in a duel with the Primarch of the Space Wolves. Nick says, what came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg, by about 60 million years at least, right? Eggs have been around forever. Chickens are pretty recent by comparison. The lion came first, says Nurgling. So at one point, the Dark Angels and Space Wolves Primarchs, Lionel Johnson and Leman Russ, came to blows and fought a duel. And so there's been kind of a rivalry between the chapters ever since. And we kind of like to tease each other. And since I think the lion kind of won the duel, we like to hold that over the Space Wolves as well. And I actually had a funny game where I was in an alliance with a Space Wolves player. We were playing a 2-on-1 against Tyranids or Tau or Chaos. I can't remember who we were fighting against. But long story short, the Space Wolves charged right at the enemy, and my Dark Angels stood their ground shooting, and the Space Wolves all died, and the Dark Angels lost the game And the Space Wolf player like seriously had a grudge against me after that. So it was kind of a case of life imitating lore. But so I do think that the rivalry with the Space Wolves is going to come back to bite the Dark Angels. That's one of my theories. So the most recent lore we have, and kind of the first time that the lore has been really advanced in recent years, was the introduction of the Primaris Space Marines. Maybe I'll paint these two things silver. Cheeky Desnargling. What I think is funny about Leman Russ is he could have ended the heresy, but he didn't end it when he had Horus on the ground. Oh no, really? Oh man. Leman Russ isn't known for his great judgment, is he? He also famously destroyed the Thousand Suns homeworld of Prospero, kind of finalizing Magnus's fall to chaos. When if he had been lenient then, the Thousand Suns might have helped save the Imperium. Kevin Kitsune says, so what are the Dark Angels' genetic quirk? They don't have one. Dark Angels have a pure gene seed as far as I can tell. Instead, they have the secret, the stain on their honor. But my personal theory is that Lionel Johnson's own sort of unique genetic quirk may have been that he had genetics that were from the Emperor himself, but without his psychic abilities. Because I think that, you know, in terms of not telling everybody his plans, his great tactical genius, his unparalleled combat ability, I think that Lionel Johnson is almost like, even in appearance, well, I guess he's blonde and the Emperor's got dark hair, but other than that, I think he's almost like the closest to the Emperor of any of the Primarchs, with the exception of not having his psychic ability. Cheeky Desnargling says, that was all Horus, though. What was? Leman Russ destroying Prospero. That was kind of, he was instructed to do that by Horus, wasn't he? So, most recently, we have had Robotay Guilliman has awakened from his injuries and coma, almost like he was in like almost like a sarcophagus or something, like he was almost like dead or in a coma, I guess, for most of the last 10,000 years. And some Eldar helped wake him up, I guess. And it was like they could foresee that he was needed in this time to save the galaxy, basically. He was in a stasis field, right. Oh, wasn't he poisoned, says Kevin. Okay, yeah, all right. I didn't know that exactly. I guess maybe I've heard that, but I forgot. So Robotay was poisoned, and they had to put him in stasis to keep him from dying, like basically like a frozen time field or something. And I guess the Eldar were able to help cure him, and so they could take him out of stasis and cure the poison. And this is kind of started kind of the romance between Guilliman and the Eldar who helped rescue him, I guess, or save his life. And so Guilliman then checks with Call, Belisarius Call of the Mechanicus, or Mechanicus, is that right? And he's been diligently working on a project that Robotay gave him 10,000 years ago. Oh, Fulgrim cut his neck and poisoned him. Interesting. Fulgrim Primarch of the Emperor's Children had some kind of like demon sword, if I remember, that had like possessed him. So, I need to water this paint down more. Anytime you notice you're starting to get like paintbrush lines on your model, you definitely need to water your paint a bit. So, for 10,000 years since the Horus Heresy, apparently on instructions of Guilliman, Belisarius Cawl has been hard at work improving on the Space Marine genetics, using the genetics of all 10 Primarchs, including the ones who turned to Chaos. He's been creating new chapters or legions of Primaris Space Marine, a kind of souped up Super Space Marine, kind of somewhere between a Adeptus Astartes Space Marine and a Custodes, which are the Emperor's like personal bodyguard, who are even more powerful. And these new Primaris Space Marines were basically ready for action by the time Guilliman comes out of his stasis. So Cawl has taken it upon himself to create reinforcements for all of the loyal Space Marine chapters. Do we have 9 loyal Space Marine chapters now, or 8 or 10? I can't remember how many exactly we have. But Ultramarines, White Scars, Salamanders, Dark Angels, Raven Guard, Iron Hands, etc. They all have reinforcements prepared by Cawl of these new Primaris Space Marines, ready to be sent out across the galaxy to rejoin or join their chapters and help basically stabilize the Imperium, which is kind of on the edge of collapse in the year 40,000, or the 41st millennium, as the galaxy has now been ripped in half by a great rift. Almost like the warp space is starting to suck in the whole galaxy almost. So this is kind of problematic for the Dark Angels, because they've got all these reinforcements coming to join their chapters who know nothing about the Fallen and the stain on the Dark Angels' honor. And the Dark Angels are sort of worried about these new Space Marines who are kind of here almost to replace them, finding out the truth and what are going to be the repercussions of that. And as a result, there's not a lot of trust at first between the Dark Angels and the new Primaris. And the Dark Angels are rather hesitant to let any Primaris into the inner circle to know the truth, probably worried that they're going to be more loyal to their Primaris brothers than they are to the chapter, and they might just let the secret out among the rest of the Primaris, which could lead to it getting out among the rest of the galaxy. And depending on whether you think the Dark Angels are really traitors or not, might have something to do with whether, why they care so much about keeping this secret. Execute Primaris Order 66, says Cheeky Desk Nerdling. Exactly. The Dark Angels are still, I think, somewhat concerned that they could be excommunicated as traitors. In the 41st millennium, the High Lords of Terra and the Inquisition still have the ability to excommunicate chapters of Space Marines, and they have command of chapters like the Space Wolves and the Minotaurs and the Red Hunters, basically ready to hunt down and exterminate any Space Marine chapters who turn traitor or need to be destroyed. And I think that's what they're most worried about. And that is something that basically I could see happening as a way to advance the storyline and kind of raise the stakes on the Dark Angels. So to kind of lay out where I could see the story going from here, my kind of theories for what could be coming for the Dark Angels, the fate of the Dark Angels. I was going to maybe save it for the end of the video, but I think it makes sense to talk about it now. I could see the Dark Angels being excommunicated as traitors. And the question would still remain, are they really traitors or not? They don't necessarily have to answer that to have the Inquisition declare them traitors. Cheeky Dust Nurgling says, I'm listening to the Dark Imperium book series on the last one called Godblight. It's pretty good so far. Cool. So Dark Imperium is set in basically the current era of the Warhammer universe, where all of this most recent plot development is going on. So that would make it a really interesting series to follow. Basically all these events kind of started with the Indomitus Crusade. That's where Guilliman is brought out of his coma, goes back to Earth, and then starts putting together a great coalition to set out across the Great Rift to reach the Dark Imperium, basically the side of the Imperium that's been cut off by the Great Rift. And ultimately he places the chapter master of the Blood Angels in command of the far side of the Imperium. And the two of them are basically ruling the Imperium between the two of them. Wonder how I should do these parts. It looks like there's some engine exhaust bits here at the top, which I'll probably do copper. But I'm considering going green on these parts underneath. I think that makes sense because it's probably like armor plates protecting the exhaust. And if it's armor plates, you can paint it chapter colors. Oh, Cheeky says, I do it green. Sounds like you've painted one of these. So, Dark Angels players have been waiting for a long time for their Primarch to get a model and return to the game and get a data sheet and be included in the Codex, and so have the Space Wolves players. And those two chapters have a rivalry. The Space Wolves, they don't know exactly where Leman Russ is, but he's promised when he disappeared, or else it's like a prophecy of the wolf, that at the moment of the Imperium's greatest need, he will return. And meanwhile, we've also heard some development that the fallen Dark Angels have been growing in strength. Space Marines have the ability to create more Space Marines with the use of their gene seed organ, or progenitor organ, I think it's called. So it's possible that a few fallen Space Marines on some random planet can basically recruit regular humans and turn them into Space Marines too. They would somehow have to get armor and weapons, but we have heard that supposedly the Fallen are gathering in vast numbers somewhere and preparing for something, possibly to wage a new war on the Imperium. And if they're thought to be Dark Angels, it's quite possible that the Dark Angels will be excommunicated when they reveal themselves. It's not exactly clear what's going to happen, but it's one possibility. So my theory is that perhaps Leman Russ is somewhere out there operating in the shadows. Maybe he's hunting the Fallen. Maybe Leman Russ knows about the Fallen and knows that they're Dark Angels. And when the Lion reveals himself, Leman Russ is also going to reveal himself, and the two of them are going to have to go at it again. Cheeky Nerdling says, the latest book in the Avenging Sun series is called The Wolf Time, which is when Russ said he'd be back. I haven't read it yet, but yeah. So, my kind of theory in my head is that when we do get a Return of the Lion, and we were all kind of shocked by the return of Robotech Guilliman, I would say, when he actually got a model in the game. That kind of caught a lot of people by surprise, I want to say. But my theory is when we get the Lion back, he could come in a box with Leman Russ, like Lion versus the Wolf box. And because when Guilliman came back, he was released in a box set with two other characters, an Inquisitor, Guilliman, and one other. Was it Cypher? I can't remember. But if we see something similar, a box set with three characters, personally I would expect Leman Russ, the Lion, and Luthor. So that would introduce the Fallen, revealing themselves and coming back. Maybe they'd get a codex. Maybe they'd be part of the Dark Angels codex. I don't know. And then we get two Primarchs coming back at once and Luthor. I think I could totally see that happening. I'm calling it now. That's my theory. And story-wise, it'll involve a fight to the death, or, you know, a mortal duel between the Lion and the Wolf. Well, apparently Luthor is no longer in his cage. That's right. So we had been told that Luthor was captive in the rock, and he was being interrogated for these past 10,000 years, or, kept prisoner, basically. Maybe like even no one was allowed to see him, something like that. And then I think Cypher released him, or somehow he got out. Maybe it was Leman Russ. I wouldn't put it past Leman Russ to have gotten access to the rock and be sneaking around in there on his own. Could totally see him doing that. He's got the guts for sure, and no fear of Dark Angels. And he's a Primarch. He's got not much to fear in general. But we have heard that Luthor has escaped from his cell in the rock, and he's on the loose, and we haven't had a model for him yet. So we've been waiting for a model for Luthor. We've been waiting for a model for the Lion. I think the cool surprise would be that Leman Russ comes back at the same time as we get those two models. So that's my theory for the advancement of the 40K storyline. Cheeky Dust Nurgling says, I think it's cool that the 40K Cypher model is actually carrying the 30K Lion's sword. That's right, he has it on his back, I think. And it's actually the one from the 30K model. Oh, I didn't know that. That is super cool. That is sweet. Is it? And it's not broken, is it? I think he just carries it on his back. Is it too big for him to wield, or does he not wield it out of pride or duty or something? What do you think is Cypher's deal? They've kept it kind of a big mystery. It's huge, yeah, says Nurgling. All right, well, we got a base coat of green all over this model. Let's keep it in focus here. What's going on there? Is that paint just watered down, or is it too thick? Probably both. But we've gone kind of flat with this paint, but that's okay. We're going to come with a bit of a lighter green as kind of a dry brush, but we don't want to have the two be too different, and then we'll come with a even brighter green for an edge highlight. Might have to go get some water, but I think I'm feeling good. We're at the 2-hour mark on the stream, and are we half done? I don't know. Probably not. This is looking like a 2-day paint job, but we'll see how far we get. I'll give it at least another hour. Maybe we'll go 2 more hours. We'll see how far we get. Yeah, it's a big model, seriously. But hey, it's Dark Angel week. We're going to be painting Dark Angel stuff tonight and Thursday night and Friday night. If we finish this, I've got a Storm Talon to paint. Then maybe we do a building stream if we get both of those done. Maybe I'll build the, what's it called? The Storm Speeder on stream. I haven't done any building yet. Mostly I've been doing more like repair and kit bashing lately. And with that, it's sometimes nice to, first of all, be able to kind of focus on it because you're doing so much problem solving. And you don't always know how it's going to come out when you're, kind of kit bashing. So didn't know if I wanted to show it off while I'm trying to kind of puzzle out what I'm doing. So those are my theories for what's going to happen as the 40K storyline advances. Do you guys have any theories you want to share regarding the Fallen, the missing Primarchs, Leman Russ and Lionel Johnson, Cypher? Be curious to hear if you guys have any. Yeah, Storm Talon Ravenwing colors. It's actually going to be my second one. The first one I painted the vehicle, but not really the driver. And the Storm Talon sadly does not get Ravenwing keyword. So it can't do all the cool moves like lightning fast reactions where you get an invulnerable save. And for that reason, I was thinking I would actually paint both of the drivers as being Tech Marines. My reasoning being maybe the Tech Marines aren't quite as good of pilots as the Ravenwing pilots. And that would explain why it's not getting the Ravenwing keyword. And from a lore point of view, I was thinking maybe the Storm Talon is like too complicated to fly, and it actually requires a Tech Marine to be able to manage it, or only they have the patience and care to take care of such a difficult vehicle to pilot. Something like that. I don't know. Ravenwing are kind of supposed to be like the best of the best when it comes to pilots in the Imperium, or among the Astartes. Maybe with the exception of the White Scars, they're also really known for their vehicle piloting skills, I'd say. But kind of cool how the Dark Angels really are the best at a lot of stuff. Like, we really have pretty much the toughest Terminators in the game right now, it seems like. With our Deathwing. Got some real rules love in the last codex. And I have given away quite a few of my Deathwing as kind of starter sets to some friends. So now I only have about 2 squads of 5. I think I have about 12 Deathwing Terminators. And I use them pretty often. And then built-in transhuman. Yeah. I've also given away pretty much all of my Firstborn Space Marines. So I've been transitioning to Primaris, as based on what we've seen in the past, kind of seems like the Firstborn are eventually going to get phased out or become Legends options. So I wanted to just kind of get ahead of that by giving away my Firstborn and transitioning to Primaris. So I went ahead and got the what do you call it? Vanguard Space Marine starter kit. I got 2 of those boxes and painted up a bunch of Space Marine scouts. So I've ended up with kind of a 10th company themed Dark Angels army, plus some First Company, plus some Ravenwing. And I finally broke down and ordered some Eradicators. And my Green Wing, as they're called, I've been pretty much painting as 4th Company. So I'll probably do that with the Eradicators. But yeah, I've been playing mostly 10th Company, playing a lot of Phobos Marines. They're definitely not the most powerful, but it's really fun to build an army that gets to deploy entirely into the middle of the table. And then mostly they get to hold their position while the enemy tries to push them off the objectives. And playing a kind of stationary style with the Dark Angels works well with their chapter trait of being more accurate when they're stationary. Cheeky Dust Nurgling says, since they made it lore that Marines can cross the Rubicon, that's where you go from being a First Marine and become a Primaris, more efficiently, I think it will move that way. Yep. And the Dark Angels players have been really kind of hoping that our characters will cross the Rubicon and become Primaris, especially our chapter master Azrael, as the physical model is pretty tiny compared to Primaris Marines. I had Azrael and I did pass him on to a friend of mine who's become a loyal First Legion player. Now we need Assault Primaris Marines. Well, it sounds like those are in the works. The new Space Marine video game features Primaris Marines with jump packs that we've heard were designed by Games Workshop. So I assume that means Primaris jump assault troops are inbound. All right, I'm thinking I want to dry brush some metal. Although I'm also thinking about painting some of these Sponson weapons red. I think what I want to do here is paint the back part of the weapon red, kind of like I've done on this twin heavy bolter here. And then the front metal. And I do like how I've seen some people paint these what kind of look to me like radiators or something, or heat sinks. People have been painting them as glowing with like object source lighting. I like that idea, but it could be something I come back to and add later. So I'll probably just paint those silver for now. So since I have some wet paint here, I think I'm going to go ahead and move to silver next. Although, I wonder if there's anything below the model that needs to be kind of primered. Kind of looks okay. Oh, I still zoomed in. Kind of looks okay from the side. Let's check the other side. Yeah, that's a quad las cannon Nurgling. I'm super excited about that. This one's unfortunately, the resin is bent. And I guess I could heat that up and bend it back. But, you know, I think I'm just going to let it be imperfect. Watch, this one will always miss when I roll the dice. I think these things I'm probably going to have black, so they kind of look like rubber tubing. So, yep, let's move on to some silver. I have a silver base paint. It's going to be Iron Hand Steel, but it does need a shake. So I thought I might talk a bit about my Dark Angels in my narrative campaign and just kind of tell you guys about some of the adventures that they've been having. Narrative campaign, I've been playing with probably about maybe probably about 4 different people with maybe 3 different regulars over the years. And we have a setting which is the Icarus star system. No, we're not using Crusade rules. I am very much a matched play purist. I only like to play matched play. And the reason I'm not into Crusade, I've talked about before on the channel, but it comes down to things I've heard from other people in their narrative campaigns. So, before Crusade ever came out, I had heard about people who created their own narrative campaign rules for conquering different planets and that kind of thing. And usually they involved stuff like if a unit dies, you can't use it in the next battle, or you can't use it again, or if a named character dies, you can't use them anymore. Stuff like that. And kind of the feedback I heard from those experiments was that a lot of times when players were losing games, they were accumulating these kind of disadvantages that made it harder to come back and win. So like you might have somebody's campaign where each time you win a game you get like an extra 50 points in future games, so the more you win the bigger your army gets. Or you might have like any kind of reward like that. What I generally heard is that the players who would be losing would kind of run out of morale and interest in playing the campaign, because the more they lost, the harder it got. And also the rewards were handed to the winners, which made it easier for them to win more in the future. Cheeky Nurgling says that's fair. Well, so I developed the philosophy that a good campaign should not punish the players that are losing, and it shouldn't reward the players that are winning. And I liked match play. It seemed like the most fair style of play. Both players having an equal number of points. The missions are generally as balanced as you can get. And so I really kind of, when Crusade came out, we already had the philosophy of only playing matched play for our campaigns and not rewarding the winners or punishing the losers. The other reason, so Crusade seems like it has a little bit of that problem of the winners get these sort of positive traits and rewards, and the losers can accumulate penalties and problems with their units, like injuries or that kind of thing. So it wasn't exactly what I was looking for from that point of view. And then I also felt like with 8th edition, I think, was the edition that introduced secondary objectives, and you had the stratagems, which were quite complicated. Basically, I wasn't looking for any extra rules. So the fact that Crusade introduces these new abilities for your units that you have to keep track of and change from game to game seemed like just more unnecessary rules when the game already had so many rules that I would be forgetting stuff in every game. So, and then none of my friends have really pushed very hard to play Crusade either. And I would say on top of that, our experience with the narrative campaign using only match play has been really positive. So I think that's also why there wasn't really a call for Crusade in my local gaming community, is that we were all already kind of scratching the narrative itch with match play, and it didn't really seem required, and it was like a lot of rules I didn't want to have to learn. What's his name? Winters SEO did kind of a video where he gave his opinion of Crusade, and I really have kind of similar opinion myself. So if you watch that, he kind of lays out similar argument against it, like, narrative play does not require extra rules. And I do feel like some people kind of associate Crusade with narrative. Like, if you're gonna play narrative, that means Crusade. And that bugs me a little bit. I feel like those people don't realize that narrative and Crusade do not have to go hand in hand. That you maybe even can have a better narrative experience playing match play than Crusade. But generally what narrative means for me is that the players spend some time thinking about the lore of each game they play, and that the games are played in the context of a lore setting. And in our case, that's a totally made up star system called the Icarus system. And I was inspired by the name partly because of mythology. I wrote a play based on Greek mythology for kids many years ago that featured Icarus and Daedalus, who make the wax wings. But in Warhammer 40k, the word Icarus comes up often as a name for weapons that have a anti-air kind of ability. So any kind of like anti-air missile is going to be called like a Icarus rocket pod or an Icarus las cannon. They pretty much universally have some kind of anti-air capability. So part of the connection of this campaign setting to the lore is that presumably these Icarus weapons are actually manufactured in this Icarus system, which is not mentioned anywhere in the 40k lore. It's just something that kind of, I have in my head, I guess, or had in my head when I was making up the name for the system and that kind of thing. So the Icarus system is set or located in the far galactic northwest. And that's kind of a joke based on the fact that I live here in Portland, Oregon, on the great northwest of the United States and North America. So it's kind of like a joke that our star system that we play in would be in the northwest of the galaxy. And that would place it near the Segmentum Obscurus and I think the Halo stars, and kind of at the edge of the Segmentum Pacificus. That's cool. Kevin Kitsune says, sweet, I live in Spokane, Washington. Well, Kevin, one of the goals and dreams for this channel is that eventually I would like to have people come and travel to here to come play against me. So if that's something you might be interested in sometime, planning a trip down to Oregon to come play Warhammer on the channel, I'll go ahead and extend that invitation now. And we're just getting the sort of setup figured out to broadcast live stream 40k games. Plan is to try on the 11th and the 15th to stream our very first battle reports. And I'm planning to use my laptop, so hopefully it can handle it. We'll see. And we're going to have 3, maybe 4 cameras operating. So we'll have a camera pointed at the dice tray. Just like I've got the multiple cameras here on Twitch, we're going to be doing the same thing. And we'll have a camera pointed at the table and a camera pointed at the room, showing the players standing at the table. And then the camera that's showing my miniature here is actually my cell phone using a program called DroidCam OBS, I think, which basically can use the cell phone camera as like a live Wi-Fi webcam. But the fact that it's coming from a cell phone means it's portable, so we could have this on a little handheld tripod and use it to get like player point of view shots or even model point of view shots at the table. So I thought that could be cool. And hopefully we'll get a really interesting and fun to watch kind of format for the battle reports. And I would like to kind of share with people this technique that we've developed of playing match play narrative games, because I feel like we've figured out a really fun way to kind of weave the narrative between our games, and I just feel like the community as a whole could really benefit from that. Cheeky Nerdling says, I'm in Canada. Cool. Which end? I actually did a motorcycle trip across the United States and Canada back in around, I think, what's that, 2013 or so, I think. Rode my motorcycle from here in Oregon to New York and Boston on the East Coast, kind of through the center of the U.S. And then coming back, I went up from New York State across the ferry to Canada and took the Trans-Canadian Highway up around the north side of the Great Lakes and all the way to about Alberta, which is where I crossed back into the United States, down into Idaho. Oh, you're in Alberta. Cool. I remember passing by like Medicine Hat, and that's about the only name that stuck in my head, but I did see, was it called something like Smith Slide? There's an area in the Rocky Mountains in Canada where a whole mountainside slid down on a town, and you still see these giant boulders on both sides of the road as you drive through the town. And it was quite remarkable. It was a huge tragedy because like a kilometer wide section of the mountain slid down and just obliterated this town. But it was a mining town, and like a whole shift of miners were in the mine. Happened at night, and they were buried in the mine, and they actually had to blast their way out with dynamite to get out of the mine. And on the one hand, it was like a miracle that the miners survived and didn't all suffocate down there. But then it was the tragedy of finding out that all their loved ones had died in the town when boulders, rolled through and obliterated almost all the houses. So that was an amazing thing to sort of come across and read these historical plaques about that I had never heard of. But I had some great experiences in Canada. The Canadian Highway Patrol was really kind to me. They pulled me over without a functioning tail light. Tail light on my motorcycle had burned out without me realizing it. And they pulled me over at dusk, pointed out that my tail light was not working and wouldn't let me ride like that. And one of the highway patrol cars actually drove off to a tow company, came back with a replacement light. They helped me replace the burned out light, and they sent me on my way with no ticket. So I've told that story many times, and I certainly hold a lot of goodwill toward Canada on behalf of those highway patrol who helped me out and could have ticketed me or made me go to court or something for traffic violation, and instead they were simply helpful and polite and kind. I'll never forget that. Let's see, we're pretty off topic, aren't we? Okay, so I want to host people here in Oregon, have people come play. Oh yeah, the Icarus campaign, the Icarus system. So it's set in the galactic Northwest, and it's kind of a fairly remote part of the galaxy. So that kind of is represented in our lore in that it doesn't get a lot of attention from the Imperium. If you ever need someone to run a camera for your streams, DM me on Insta. Oh, Nick, that would be awesome. One of the kind of problems that we have is we're only going to have 2 players in the room and no one to read chat messages and help us interact with the viewers. So that would be super helpful. Man, I'd love that. We're playing on the 11th and the 15th. If you're free either of those days, you'd be welcome. Whoa, welcome to come hang out. I just broke my model. This resin can be a bit brittle, but this looks like it actually did snap, but easy to fix. Some unforeseen excitement on stream here. Well, that's what I get for trying to pick up the model by one little exhaust pipe. Learned my lesson. Resin doesn't glue very easily, so we got to be careful with that. I'm running into the problem that I'm not going to have a lot of safe places to handle the model from, as pretty much everything's got wet paint on it. Trying to do the track silver here. I don't know if I'm doing a bad job staying on camera. I probably was. Sorry about that. So the Icarus system, it's in the remote western reaches of the galaxy, and it's the source of the Icarus weapon systems that are well known throughout the galaxy. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they're all manufactured there. It could just be that the Nick says, I have a couple old cams we could use, an older GoPro and a couple micro Nikrons, Wi-Fi ready if need be. That's really cool. I think I've got all my cameras set up. I tested out the setup the other day. You know what, Nick? I don't know if I've got you in the Challenger Tabletop members group, but it's a Facebook group that anyone who wants to play on stream should join. You can private message me. Probably on Challenger Tabletop Instagram is the best place to get a hold of me if you want to be added to the Facebook group. But one of the kind of lore things we hear in 40K sometimes is that the technology comes from these standard template. Oh no, Nick, you can message me on Facebook because we're already connected there. But people who are not friends with me on Facebook and want to be, so I can invite you to the Facebook group, can easily track me down on Instagram. A lot of the technology in 40K has been lost and rediscovered, and is kind of in the form of these standard template constructs, or STCs. So technology like the design for a tank will be lost for thousands of years, and then someone will find a standard template construct of the tank or the weapon or whatever it is, and then using that template they'll be able to start building it again, and it will go out and spread throughout the galaxy. So maybe it's just that the templates for the Icarus weapons were discovered in the Icarus system. They aren't necessarily all literally manufactured there. Could be. But, you know, it's just sort of ideas. This stuff doesn't have to be spelled out in a super concrete way. So the Icarus system has about 4 or 5, I think 5 planets and 2 moons that have, features that get fought over in the campaign. And the planets have super easy names. They're just named Icarus 1, Icarus 2, Icarus 3, Icarus 4, based on their distance from the planet, or from the sun, the star, which would be the Icarus star. And then Icarus 5, the 5th planet, is like a gas giant like Saturn, and it has a couple of inhabited moons, one of which is a Mechanicum Forge moon. And the other one turned out to be the place that we ended up fighting most of our games. And that other moon, I guess the 2 moons of Icarus 5 are called Rast, that's the Forge moon, and Transcendence. And Transcendence started out being like almost like a pleasure moon or a garden moon, although technically it would be called a shrine moon because it featured a shrine to the Emperor, as did Rast, I guess. And this started out as just like a little map that I made, and I just kind of brainstormed different features for each planet and moon, and kind of gave each one kind of a theme, gave each one a list of like 6 or 7 different locations or hives or different features that seemed like things that would be fun to fight over, like a spaceport or a planetary defense battery, stuff like that. And then as time goes by, we sometimes added something new to a planet. wait for an STC. This is cheeky desk nerdling. Wait for an STC of something to be like recovered, or just make your own and be called a heretic like Call. That's right. I think Call is hilarious. Back in like 6th or 7th edition, I played like 10 games against a Tau player who just kicked my butt over and over. And he would use crisis suits with 3 plasma guns each. And they would just like jump, shoot, jump. So at the, you know, he'd shoot at me and then he'd jump back out of range. So on my turn, my shooty Dark Angels, like, even if they move forward, I would still be out of range and couldn't even shoot back at him. And in that edition of the game, you didn't really have to sit on objectives either. So I got pretty brutalized. He would also ally Tau and Space Wolves. So that gave me like another reason to kind of hate Space Wolves. And I found him very difficult to beat. He was a Magic the Gathering player who switched to 40k. And he was like not really into painting at all. So we played 10 games where he never painted a model and he never lost a game. The best I got was 1 tie. And finally I told him, all right, I think I've had enough. Call me when you've got your whole army painted. And of course I never heard from him again. So that was kind of sad. I think he might have interpreted it as I don't ever want to play you again, which is not what I was saying or what I meant. I really did want him to paint his models, and then I would be happy to lose a few more games to him. But where was I going with this? Oh, yeah. So I feel like at the time I was like, man, I wish I had Terminators that could carry 3 plasma guns and had a jetpack and could jump, shoot, jump. And flash forward about 3 years, and Belisarius Cawl grants my wish with the creation of the Primaris Inceptors, who very much seem like a rip-off of Tau crisis suits. Yes, we should have added a exactly, Plasma Inceptors. Yeah, we should have added a painting score. He wouldn't have gone for that. I really need a sip of water, guys. I'm gonna focus it in on the tank and I'll be right back. 2 seconds. So the basic theory of our narrative play is that we started with this map, and before each game we would just figure out where on the map we were going to set our battle. And that would kind of suggest usually a battlefield to us. It would kind of inspire us of how to set up the table for the game. So, and usually if I was playing Imperium, I would let my opponent pick where we were going to fight, because the idea was like they're attacking somewhere and I'm defending, you know, the system. So, and as we did this, lore would sometimes, or you know, narrative ideas would just kind of emerge. So like we had a Imperial Shrine on the moon called Transcendence, and I was playing Dark Angels, so it just kind of made sense that the Dark Angels were in charge of defending this shrine. And shrines are sort of important enough in the Warhammer 40k lore that could be like the whole reason that my Dark Angels even come to this star system, is the fact that they're responsible for this one shrine on this one moon. And so we kind of came up with the idea that my Dark Angels have like a permanent garrison of 10 Marines who are in charge of defending this shrine like year round, and 10 Dark Angels will be left on this moon to defend the shrine for like, I don't know, 10 years at a time. And then a Dark Angel ship will return to the system to relieve them, and 10 new Marines will take their place. Cheeky Dust Nurgling, do you have certain things that always happen in your games? Like whenever I play, there's a Fortress of Redemption on the table. Oh, and if there's a Fortress of Redemption on the table, I always lose. Oh man. Well, I would say that over the course of all these games, my Dark Angels have lost enough games that the system has just been totally ravaged. My friend Mortimer, who became my most regular opponent, played Black Legion, and he would play Abaddon in most of the games. So this was around the time that the Games Workshop lore was kind of centered around Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade against the Imperium. So from that kind of from connecting those two dots, we decided that Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade had reached the Icarus system, and that became the sort of center of a lot of our games and a lot of the sort of damage to the system. So, and I would say that what always happened is that whenever I would face Abaddon, I would lose. So Mortimer's a great player, and he used Abaddon very well. He would tend to run Abaddon with a bunch of Obliterators and 3 Chaos Predator tanks, who made excellent use of the Bring It Down or Focus Fire stratagem, something that would give them like +1 to the wound rolls and +1 to damage rolls with their las cannons and auto cannons and stuff. So pretty much whatever my biggest vehicle I had on the table, it would die turn 1 as the Predators would all focus their fire on it with a bunch of bonuses. Abaddon was super effective at buffing both the Predator tanks and the Obliterators. And the Obliterators had a huge amount of firepower. So, yeah, I lost a lot of games to Black Legion. And so, one by one, the different planets in the system would be kind of ravaged by the Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade. And after the game, we would talk about, oh, okay, well, what happened since you won the game? You know, well, probably the Black Legion would like abduct a bunch of the populace and they would become cultists or whatever. And then famously, he attacked the Transcendence. And one of the really fun things we would do is we would play, instead of just playing one game for the fate of a moon or a planet, if we decided we wanted to decide the fate of a planet in the system or a moon, we would arrange to play like a best of 3 or a best of 5, or just play 3 games in a row to see what would happen. And if like Black Legion won 4 out of 5 games, we would decide, okay, well, they conquered the planet or whatever, and you know, what would they do? And we'd kind of talk out the narrative results of each game. And so I think the final, oh no, it wasn't the final game. Anyway, we played a game where the Black Legion attacked the Shrine of the Emperor on Transcendence. And sadly, even the best efforts of the Deathwing could not save the shrine. And so we decided it had been desecrated by chaos. Is that the word? And that was kind of the last time that shrine showed up in a game. So ever since then, I assume that it's kind of been lost to time. And keep meaning to play a game where the Dark Angels return to the shrine to re-secure it or rediscover it. But maybe we'll make it a bigger thing, like the location of the shrine has even been lost and they have to search the surface of the planet to even find the ruins of it. We could play a series of games while they're searching through the wilderness. But we played a series of games for the Fate of Transcendence. And the last game ended with the populace trying to evacuate because it was clear that Black Legion was going to conquer the moon. I think Mortimer had won 3 out of 5 games going into the 5th game. So, and he ended up winning the series 4-1. So in the last game, we decided the populace are at the airport trying to evacuate, and Black Legion is trying to conquer or trying to capture the transport ships and abduct the populace who's all trying to evacuate. And this was an instance where we did have some game effect from the winning and losing of the games, but rather than helping the player who's winning or penalizing the player who's losing, we make sure that if we are going to have some kind of in-game effect, it's going to help the player who's losing. So it kind of inspires you to feel like there's some hope. And in this case, it was just something as simple as having a custom mission that we made up together where the Dark Angels would be defending the objectives and Chaos would have to attack the objectives. So that's about as much of an advantage as I would ever want to give a player, is to, you know, maybe have a custom mission where the objectives are on their side of the table. I feel like that's still balanced enough that you're not going to feel like one player is being handed the game. And this was not yet in an edition where you had to spend all game on objectives. It was going to be like who holds the objectives at the end of the game kind of thing. And so Black Legion managed to take the objectives off of me. I imagine it was with a deep strike of Abaddon and a bunch of obliterators, if I remember. And so narratively, we decided that, okay, Black Legion captured the escape ships and abducted the populace. So probably like 95% of the populace of the moon got abducted. And it's fun to just kind of make stuff up like that. And, you know, the death or capture of millions of people in a totally made up world, you know, doesn't really matter. It's all just kind of for fun and to make the games more interesting. So I'm not like emotionally invested in the fate of the system. It just exists to make the games more fun and interesting for the players. And so after the game, I asked him, okay, you've conquered the planet. What are you going to do next? Or what would Abaddon do? And Mortimer really surprised me. He said, well, I'm working on a Tyranid army. What if the Tyranids are starting to like land on the moon, go to Disneyland? Yeah, that's pretty much what he opted for. So he said, what if the Tyranids are like starting to land right as this battle is finishing, and Black Legion see them coming and they just get out of Dodge and leave the moon? So even though he totally conquered the moon, he didn't want to like stay and rule over it. He wanted to have the Black Legion leave and abandon it right after conquering it, taking all their captives with them, and switch to playing Tyranids and continue the story of the moon with his Tyranid army. So we ended up playing some games where a Tyranid scout ship that's like the size of a skyscraper had come and crash landed on the planet, kind of thing where it's like a bio ship that once it lands, it never takes off again. It just starts growing into the planet and like infecting it. And the Dark Angels like launched expeditions to try to blow it up and try to like break into it. And we had some fun games like that. And another kind of army idea that evolved out of this narrative was that the hives on the planet, it had about, I can't remember, maybe like 6 or 8 hives, which are like hive cities, had all been more or less abandoned by the populace. And so I had some Gene Stealers that were left from the Space Hulk boxed game that I had bought because I wanted the Terminators. And these Gene Stealers had just been sitting in a box for like I don't know, 10 years almost. And so I decided it would be kind of fun to make a Genestealer cults army, and the lore for them would be that they had taken over these abandoned hives. You know, even if there was just one or two Genestealers somewhere in one of the hives, that would be enough to spread the infection to whatever stragglers and survivors were left. And since the hives were being taken over by Genestealer cults, it kind of made sense that the people who could escape would leave the hives and move out into the wilderness. And we decided that the human population of the moon ended up living like cavemen in tree houses, kind of like on Endor. Kevin says, sounds like a Tyranid thing to do. So we had Tyranids show up on the planet. We had Genestealer cults taking over the hives. We had the populace becoming like cavemen living primitively in the wilderness. And then a couple other kind of fun narrative ideas occurred to us. Like it was like the moon was sort of like where all the wealthiest, richest people in the system would have chosen to live, because it was like the nicest moon, nicest planet. So we decided maybe they had like exotic creatures and zoos that would have like broken out and gotten free when Chaos bombed the hives and the Tyranids got loose. So we decided maybe there's like dragons and stuff that at one point were like kept in zoos or cages, but now they're roaming free. Maybe there's exotic, dangerous plants that had been kept as like, you know, house plants that now have gotten loose and are running wild, rampant across the moon, like carnivorous plants. And we used the rules for Death World forests from 8th edition. All right, I think we're kind of good on the silver. Maybe I'll do a quick second coat on some of these exposed areas. Paint's a little thick. So, and then I think that was around the time that the whole Indomitus Crusade and Guilliman and Call and Primaris lore started coming out. So I think we took a break for like a couple weeks or a couple months, and then we were coming back to play more games. And I had the idea of like introducing like 100-year gap into the narrative. Like, what if 100 years have passed since our last game? You know, we had played these games where the Tyranid ships were landing, and I've been working on my Genestealer cults. What if we are picking up the narrative 100 years later, and now like Primaris Marines are a thing, and the Great Rift is a thing, and 100 years have actually passed since the Dark Angels have been in the system. They went off to pursue Black Legion and the Fallen and all the duties that have been calling them around the Imperium. This one star system isn't so important that they would just stay there and keep fighting over it. And so that gave us an opportunity to sort of shake things up a bit and say, okay, well, now Transcendence Moon is totally overgrown by deadly plants and animals, and it's become like a death moon, death forest moon. And these hives that were abandoned and taken over by Genestealer cults, the cults have been ruling them for like 100 years, and they probably like found all kinds of weapons of war and machinery and have like really developed their power. And then that actually led to some other really fun ideas. And what's so cool about it is that the way that we kind of developed it, where it would be like a conversation between the two players, led to all kinds of ideas that I never would have had if I was just like running the campaign and making up the stories myself. by bouncing ideas off each other and my, not just one opponent, but various opponents, we came up with all kinds of fun stuff. So, like, I had a roommate who joined the campaign, and he painted up a new Tyranid army. But it kind of made sense that, if Mortimer's Tyranids had landed in this scout ship, my roommate's Tyranids would have some different origin. And I had been reading a bunch of theories about the mythology of like a ninth planet. I don't know if you guys have heard of planet Nibiru. It's kind of like a theory put forward by a guy in a book called, I think, Chariots of the Gods. And he believed that the Babylonians, their mythology might actually be describing a ninth planet in our solar system that's like way out in deep space and reappears every however many thousand years. I thought that was a cool idea, so we incorporated that and said, well, what if this planet has appeared from deep space and it's just crawling with Tyranids and it's like flying toward, close to the sun, and the Tyranids from this planet are going to be like a problem for the Icarus system. And so we called it Planet X, and it was like an ice planet. And that was the sort of home of my roommate's Tyranids. And he had the idea that it was actually just like that planet was at the front of a whole tendril of Tyranids coming to devour the system. So that was fun. And then my friend Mortimer was starting a new Primaris army of Imperial Fists and had the idea of, I'm just remembering that what I usually do on my vehicles is I actually do an edge highlight of silver to make it look like the paint is kind of scratched off. I think I want to do a dry brush of lighter green first, and then I might actually go that route. Doing the silver dry brush on the edges so that it looks like they're all scratched and the paint is chipped is a lot easier than going around edge highlighting everything with a light green, because you can be a lot less careful. I did kind of miss painting this little thing green that I made for the bolter. See if it sticks on there. All right. Oh yeah, and I was going to do red on these guns. I'll let the silver dry a little bit while I do some green. So me and Mortimer came up with a really fun campaign to introduce his Imperial Fists. So he was busy painting them, and we ended up playing a series of games to kind of introduce them to the story before he had finished painting them. And it was a series of games played between my Dark Angels and his Black Legion. And so this was his Black Legion returning to the Icarus system for the first time in 100 years. And that was quite fun. And over the course of our previous games, his Black Legion had abducted human populations from both Transcendence and Icarus 2, which had been like a, what do they call it? Like a farming world. Agri-world. Icarus 2 was an agri-world. And it also changed. We decided if 90% of the population was abducted from an agri-world, it would not have enough population to continue the farming that it was intended to do. And it would probably revert to a somewhat more primitive form of survival or existence. This green's probably still a little too bright. No, that looks kind of good, but it is too much on the brush. I want to try and dry brush this on, kind of. So we decided Icarus 2, previously an agri-world, had reverted to like a feudal world. And over the course of 100 years, they were like gradually building themselves back up, but they had not yet returned to the productive agri-world that they had been. And part of this is like the bureaucracy of the Imperium. Kind of the idea that a planet could be like ravaged by war and just kind of like left to suffer for like 100 years before eventually help comes. Help comes 100 years too late kind of thing. Well, let's see. Yeah, you guys can see it's looking kind of okay. Kind of overdoing it with this green. I guess the brush is still too wet. Well, maybe it's not too bad. I guess we're going to be a little heavy with this light green. We don't want it to look like a salamander's vehicle. And I don't want this dry brush to look too messy. So I may end up applying it kind of flat on some of these, flat surfaces or broad surfaces. So we decided that the Black Legion was returning to attack Icarus II, which it had previously abducted population from, which was now 100 years in the past. And as we were playing these games, we came up with the idea that his Imperial fists were actually located on the planet. But since he wasn't done painting them yet, the way that kind of manifested in our narrative was that they were still in like hibernation or stasis, and actually they had been there all along. Kind of like, we hear about Call inventing the Primaris, and he's been working on them for 10,000 years, but we've never heard of them before. They're just there the whole time. He's, in fact, the Primaris are what? Some of the oldest Space Marines, because they were all put in stasis 10,000 years ago when Call first started his project. So we kind of took inspiration from that and decided that his Imperial fists were located on Icarus II in a secret underground base. And we ended up playing a series of games where the Black Legion found the base or the entrance to it on the surface, and then they were like fighting their way in a race against the Dark Angels to get down to the lowest level. We decided there were 5 levels of the base where the Imperial Fist Primaris were in stasis. And Abaddon was trying to get down there and like destroy the base. And we kind of decided what the stakes of our games would be, that we were going to play a series of 5 games. Each game was going to be set on a next level down of this 5-level underground facility, where each level was like a massive cavern so big that you could have aircraft flying around. Because we tried to keep the games fair with all units available to play, we kind of had to come up with a explanation of how you could have aircraft underground. We just decided it was vast caverns, kind of like the nerve center in Evangelion, if you've seen that. Yeah, I'm happy with how this green is looking. Pretty much what I was going for here. So we decided that if Chaos won the majority of the 5 games, then Abaddon makes it down to the lowest level and he detonates the explosives or whatever and destroys the base. And the result for Mortimer's Imperial Fists army would be that their base is destroyed and they are the straggling survivors who managed to get out before it was destroyed, and they're kind of homeless in the system and fighting for their lives. Whereas if Dark Angels won the majority of the games, then the Imperial Fist would be saved and the base would be protected, and it would become like the new center of operations for his Imperial Fists in the system. And they would be operating out of a underground fortress on Icarus II. And lo and behold, I managed to win the majority of the games, and his Imperial Fists army, from a lore point of view, ended up having a base to operate from, and that was really cool. But one of the really funny, kind of little unexpected narrative things that resulted from this story that we were kind of improvising as we went was that Abaddon must have figured out that this base existed from some of the people who he abducted from that planet 100 years ago. And some of those people from Icarus 2 would have become Chaos cultists of the Black Legion. It's kind of like join us or die kind of thing if you get abducted by Abaddon. And for the ones who remained human or, didn't, I guess, get promoted to be Chaos Space Marines, they would have died long before the Black Legion returned to the Icarus system. So in the case of these cultists, many of them would be actually like the children or grandchildren. Abaddon did nothing wrong, says Cheeky. So the idea that these were like the grandchildren of the people who had been abducted from the planet, returning to the planet of their grandparents with Abaddon's Black Legion to come attack it. The stories of this underground facility that would have been almost legendary, stories passed down from generation to generation. And so that was kind of fun. And he brought a bunch of cultists in the game to kind of represent the fact that they were super inspired to come retake this planet that they had heard about so much from their parents or whatever. So that was really cool. And it is, when you have stakes like that you've worked out with your opponent, it makes the games, I find, a lot more fun and exciting. And as someone who enjoys the lore, it makes it all feel more fleshed out. Cheeky Desk Nurgling says, could have even been the same people. Time in the warp works way differently. That's true. They could have been flying from planet to planet in the warp, and hundreds of years could have passed in what seemed like 5 or 10. And also it could be that some of them were promoted to be Chaos Space Marines. Hey, welcome, Tactical Metalhead. Yeah, we're painting a Dark Angels Legion Falchion for my 40k army. It's my first Dark Angels Super Heavy, and it's a model I've been really wanting for a long time. I would say about a year or more, and I finally picked one up at the end of November. And it's been waiting to get painted now for about 2 months. And tonight's the night. We're seeing how much progress I can make. It's going to be Dark Angels week here on Challenger Tabletop. And we've been talking about Dark Angels. It's been the theme of the episode tonight. And this may be a 2-episode paint job. But we basically talked about the background of the Dark Angels Legion, and then the Horus Heresy, the changes as they became chapters. And now I'm talking about basically my experience with my local narrative campaign playing Dark Angels. Been playing narrative games with Dark Angels for about 5 years. All set in one kind of campaign setting, which is a star system we call the Icarus system. And it's been repeatedly ravaged by Abaddon. And then the most recent development is that, and Tyranids. But recently, my friend has started an Imperial Fist Primaris army. And so we decided that there was a secret Imperial Fist base on one of the planets where a bunch of Primaris Marines had been in stasis for thousands of years and are now waking up and being deployed to the battlefields. And it's been a ton of fun. And I guess another army that, yeah, it's kind of part of the Black Legion army, is that my friend has got a bunch of Chaos Knights now. And when we played a 5-game series to kind of decide the fate of the Imperial Fist base with my Dark Angels versus his Chaos Space Marines, the very first game we played, which was like at the above ground entrance to the secret base, was my Dark Angels, which is mostly 10th Company Scouts and Phobos Marines, against his Chaos Knights. And although it was a close game, I did lose, and I also killed like no knights. I took out 2 of his war dogs, but I just didn't have the firepower to take out his knights, and that inspired me to get this. Metalhead says, sick! I haven't touched Narrative/Crusade just yet, but it looks like a lot of fun. I play Firstborn Dark Angels, my brother of the first. Greenwing mostly, okay. I started streaming my work as well. I do commissions currently, but my personal project with my army is doing custom upscales, modernizing my Firstborn models. Lots of sculpting, but they look awesome. That's fantastic. I've been super into Genestealer cults lately, and I've been going totally crazy getting Astra Militarum units to make like Brood Brothers for my Genestealer cults. And then, was it last night I think even, we got this announcement that in the new Genestealer Cults Codex, you're only going to be able to take regimental units or unaligned units. And it sounds like that means no Ogryn, no Bulgrin, no Astropaths, no Engine Seers, maybe even no Primaris Psychers, no Lord Commissar, no Priests. And those are all models that I had recently picked up and was getting ready to paint as Brood Brothers. So it came as quite a blow, and I was really kind of upset about it for about 3 hours. And then I had some people suggesting I take all those models that were no longer going to be allowed and make an Astra Militarum army out of it. And I decided that's exactly what I'm going to do. So although I've been putting a lot of work into, converting them or picking out models that would be appropriate for Genestealer cults, I'm going to switch things up, and my new project is going to be Astra Militarum. And I'm going to take my Brood Brothers infantry and a couple of Leman Russes, and I'm going to repaint some guys who had like pink or purple skin and make them look more human again. And gonna do Astra Militarum. So that's my newest development. And this week I'm going to be painting this falchion and also some flyers for my Dark Angels. That is so rad. I love Genestealer Cult. Very underplayed army, but super cool. Well, I think they're going to hopefully have a lot more new fans and players if they get a good codex. I think that the Genestealer Cult players have been kind of underwhelmed by all the announcements. Like, I assume you followed the announcement for Tau that they've got this amazing new railgun coming in their codex. And just that like one announcement, I feel like sent the whole 40k world into topsy-turvy kind of. Personally, it convinced me to finally get some Eradicators. Although I mostly play, my Dark Angels are mostly 10th Company with just small 1st and 2nd in support. But when I did play Green Wing, I painted 4th Company. And for my Eradicators, I'm going to do them as 4th. And maybe this tank is 4th Company, I don't know. But super exciting. And I think we are ready to paint a new color on here. I'm probably going to be moving on to some brass or bronze, which I don't know if I have a good color ready for that. Okay, I have Brass Scorpion here, but I'm not sure if I have a base paint. Let me look. Are you doing some hobbying tonight, Metalhead? If so, what are you working on? Here we go. I've got Balthazar Gold for a base. We're over 3 hours here. I don't know how much more stamina I have left for this model, but I do feel like we're closing in on finished. I've got kind of a highlight on the green, and I've done a base coat on the silver. I think the only colors I have left to base coat are like a brass bronze and a red on some weapons. My armies that I play are Dark Angels, that's why I have played the longest. And then my next army I started was Drukhari, when one of my old coworkers gave me a old plastic Drukhari Start Collecting box for free. That was cool. And then I started Genestealer Cult, which came about because I had some Genestealers kicking around from the Space Hulk board game, which I picked up in order to convert Deathwing Terminators out of. And then fourth faction would have been Orcs. Well, that was my 2021 project. So last year I started Orcs. And then last night I decided I'm going to play Astra Militarum. And I think it was today I added up how many points of Brood Brothers I'll be able to change into Astra Militarum, and it looks like I'm already, with everything I have ordered and everything I have built or painted as Brood Brothers, I'm gonna be at 3,500 points of Astra Militarum pretty much out of the gate, so that's pretty exciting. And I have projects planned to paint for all of those on the channel, but the thing I'm most excited about is getting battle reports going. I've got games lined up for the 11th and the 15th, which are going to be our first ever attempt at streaming some battle reports, and I'm super excited for it. I've been working on the camera setups, and it sounds like my cousin Nick might come up to help run the stream while we play. We just live about probably an hour apart, and that would be super exciting. And I was kind of like trying to work around the fact that we weren't going to have anyone to interact with chat while we're playing or manage the stream, so that I think it could be really cool. And really appreciate that offer. And we were talking also about what we see coming down the road for Dark Angels. Personally, my prediction, which I said a little bit earlier, oh, this model is not the best assembled. Look at, this isn't something I haven't noticed till now, so I don't think most people notice it, but if you look, these two armor panels on the back are not even. One is glued about 3 millimeters up higher than the other. That's funny. Yep, secondhand model from eBay here, but really excited about it. And I did customize it by adding a little twin heavy bolter turret up here by the hatch, because there's a twin heavy bolter on the data sheet but not actually physically on the model, so I decided to just go ahead and add one. I can always remove it if that mistake gets corrected in the future. Or maybe it's intentional, but I kind of doubt it. I think they just copied the heavy bolter from the Fellblade data sheet by accident. Tactical Metalhead, yes sir, I am making a Warhammer 40k operation for my Arma 3 community. That's cool. Arma 3 is a highly moddable military simulation, I've heard of it, and has a large 40k mod collection. Cool. I used to be huge into video games. I did 3D animation at a game studio in Eugene once upon a time. Metalhead says, so I am using the resources available to make my own 40k game, essentially. That's cool. You know the mod I always wanted and we never got? StarCraft 1 Warhammer 40k. Why has that never happened? Or did it happen and I just wasn't aware of it? That game is so simple and the graphics are so, low budget by today's standards. I would love to have seen like every 40k unit in a game that was that simple and that fun. I think that really should have been made, and it's a shame that it's never happened. By the way, my prediction, I'll just share it with you, Metalhead, is that we will get the Lion, the Primarch of the Dark Angels, as a model and a datasheet in the Codex, and he will be released in a 3-character box set like Guilliman was, but it will be the Lion, Leman Russ, and Luther in a box set together. So you'll have a Dark Angels and Space Wolves Primarch released simultaneously, and Luther for the Fallen. That's my wild theory. But it would also be cool to see Leman Russ come back where he's like part werewolf, or maybe you have like 2 models for Leman Russ. So during the game, if he gets killed, he turns into a werewolf or something like that. I think that would be awesome. Tactical Metalhead, I totally agree. I hope the Fallen become a major narrative-changing faction within the universe. Me too. And I think that going along with the return of Leman Russ is that maybe he would denounce the Dark Angels and get them excommunicated as traitors. Nerdy Nick, I see Lion waking up, but I don't know about Russ. Well, I don't know. Someone said we got a book called The Wolf Time, and that's when Leman Russ said he'd be back, right? Kevin, rumor has it that StarCraft was supposed to be Warhammer 40k game, but GW said nah and pass on it. Well, I mean, it's clearly a 40k ripoff. That would really explain it. It seems like they pretty much like blew StarCraft Space Marines are like practically Ultramarines. And they're like, how can we just change this a little bit? And then the Zerg are so much like Tyranids, and the Protoss are so much like Eldar. I think you're onto something, Kevin. Maybe I've even heard that before. Nerdy Nick says Blizz was too small for GW at the time. Man, you look at the video game companies they did partner with, though. Some were really pretty bad. Metalhead says Halo Wars 1 was supposed to be a custom sci-fi RTS for the Xbox 360, but Microsoft bought it out, forcing the studio to change it into a Halo game within a span of like a year. I remember Halo Wars 1. It was kind of like a StarCraft-inspired RTS, wasn't it? Well, I think that was probably a pretty good move by Microsoft, but it didn't really pay off, or did it? I don't know how successful Halo Wars was. I think it's time to paint red, and we're gonna go for Wazdaka red here, and we're doing this on the weapons, on the quad las cannons, on the sponsons, and then I think the only thing we haven't base coated is like some exhaust grills on the back, and these oil drums. What color do you guys think I should paint these oil drums? Some possibilities are red, silver, brass, black. You guys like any of those ideas? Talking about these 4 gas tanks on the back, or oil drums, they look like. All right, this is going to require a little bit of concentration on my part, as I'm trying not to get the red on anything I want green or silver. And then after I base coat this red, I might do a little highlight, but to make it kind of match this turret, I'll hit it with an Agrax Earthshade wash. It's kind of my go-to wash that I use for everything. Usually I use way too much of it on everything. And I am also thinking about doing a wash on parts of this vehicle to darken it up. I've done a green base coat and a slightly lighter green dry brush, but I am concerned that it could look a little too bright, like a little bit too salamanders, and I feel like probably a Nuln Oil wash on top of the green, especially in the recesses, would kind of darken it up and erase any confusion about which chapter I'm painting this for. Oh, we got a new follower, Metalhead. Thank you very much. Welcome to the channel. I'll tell you the goal for this channel is to get battle reports online and to continuously improve the quality of the streams. Painting is really more like just my side thing to just have fun with followers and have something to do when I don't have people to play against. But my New Year's resolution is to stream at least 12 games of Warhammer 40k this year. So one per month, but they don't have to be exactly spaced out one per month. And with the number of people I'm finding in here in Portland, Oregon to play against, I think we're going to be able to get at least 2 a month going, honestly. And also to eventually be able to host players to be able to come and travel here to play against me. And if I can afford it, to travel around the country or to Canada or Europe to play against some of my favorite Warhammer 40k players I watch on YouTube and Deployment Zone TV and those other popular battle report type shows. Guys like the Mini Wargaming guys. This is a Horus Heresy model, Metalhead. It's can be played in Warhammer 40k as a Relic Lord of War, which I think you have to pay maybe like extra command points or extra points or something to bring a relic. But it's basically a super heavy tank, which is specialized as a heavy tank and Titan killer. So it has this awesome twin volcano cannon on the front, which I painted silver, but eventually I'll have it glowing on the inside like it's got plasma or las cannon type energy inside. And I'm incorporating it into my Dark Angels army for 2 reasons. One is to have kind of a centerpiece model that's, just big and cool looking. And the other is to have something to bring against my friends' Black Legion Chaos Knights. So they really did a number on me last time I faced them. And he brought 3 knights and 2 war dogs. And I killed the war dogs, but I didn't take down one of his knights. So I thought it would be so cool to paint up and prepare a vehicle to get some vengeance on those pesky Chaos Knights in our next game. And just what a cool model. I was really kind of open to getting either a Falchion or a Fellblade. And I ended up finding the deal on the Falchion first, and I am very happy that I went with this. So, yep, we're hoping to get battle reports going on the channel. We have our first games scheduled for the 11th and the 15th of this month. And I'm planning to play Orcs for both of those games. And I have to rewrite my lists because I want to make an effort to show 100% Games Workshop models on the channel. I play with some scratch built stuff. I play with some proxy models, and we also have some 3D printed stuff in our collections. but just to kind of get like goodwill from Games Workshop. I love the game. I love their company. I feel like it would be smart to make an effort to showcase Games Workshop models on the channel. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do I play Warhammer on Tabletop Simulator? I absolutely did get Tabletop Simulator during the pandemic. It's safest way to play 40K really. And I was lucky. I had some friends who were willing to kind of have me in their COVID bubble, so we could get together regularly to play, and we weren't really doing anything else social. That was really nice. Well, I went a little overboard with this red. I feel like I'm gonna have to come back and do some silver touch-up, but that's okay. And we are at the 3.5 hour mark, so I might just put in about 30 more minutes on this model and then call it a night. I've got another big day of working construction tomorrow, and I was working outside in the rain today, so I am gonna need some sleep to recover. And so I'm thinking this is gonna turn into a 2-day model, but I think we can definitely get it done tomorrow. I'll be coming back to hit it with a wash, and probably gonna do the edge highlights in silver to make it look like the green paint is chipping off and kind of scratched off on the corners and edges of the armor panels. Or maybe I should edge highlight in light green and then come and hit it with a silver dry brush to make it look like it's got edge highlighting everywhere that the paint isn't scratched. I don't know. Still kind of deciding some things as I go here. What factions do you like, or what factions do you play, Metalhead? I don't know. You said you play Dark Angels, Firstborn Dark Angels, Green Wing mostly. Do you play any other factions? And anyone else who just joined the stream, let me know if you're working on hobby tonight or what 40K factions you're into. And if you have an idea for what color I should paint these gas tanks, let me know. I think I'm maybe leaning towards silver, but haven't made up my mind. All right. Where do we want to go next? I think probably these exhaust vents on the back. Just want to paint a little bit of a silver dry brush on them. Oh yeah, I was going to share with you guys some fun narrative stuff that came up with the introduction of Primaris into my army. You'll probably appreciate this, Metalhead, if you're into Firstborn Primaris and Dark Angels. So Dark Angels, of course, are like notoriously a bit suspicious of the Primaris. Nick, does dirty yellow make sense for the drums? I feel like it would be too... Well, it kind of does, because they'd be Promethium, and yellow would be kind of like a warning, these are explosive, kind of like handle with care kind of color. And if they're really dirty, that would also make them like less obvious as like a tactical liability. Metalhead, Dark Angels is my number 1, but I do have Khorne Demons Army in progress, Fallen Angels Black Legion Chaos Space Marine in progress, and an Imperial Guard Cadian Army in progress. That's really interesting. And I'm curious, Metalhead, are your Cadians from Cadia? And are they like survivors of Cadia after it's been destroyed? Because I feel like, Imperial Guardsmen whose home planet is destroyed and now they're like adrift in the universe is kind of like a cool idea. Well, Nick, I really like that dirty yellow idea. I have a great Averland Sunset paint that would be good for that. And probably do that and then hit it with like an Agrax Earthshade. Yeah, I like this idea a lot. So let's just get a quick dry brush on the exhaust vents here. Oh yeah, I was starting to do that, but I had too much water in my brush. So I've been playing this narrative campaign for about 5 years with my friends, and we always play matched play. So we're not, well, I don't know, we're pretty competitive. I would say my friends who I play against are like a bit more competitive than I am. I'm more like the guy who's always pushing for the lore focus, and like my friend Mortimer, who I play against, he attends tournaments, and oftentimes I'm playing against like a tournament winning list that he's brought to play me. So that's kind of, we each have our dynamics, but I guess I added Primaris to my army when I got 2 of the Vanguard Marines Phobos boxes. So Invictor Tactical Warsuits, Infiltrators, Eliminators, and then I also ended up getting some Incursors. And personally, I really enjoy priming models black and then kind of painting them black too. It goes so quick. So with my Infiltrators and Incursors, pretty much all my Phobos Marines, they are Infiltrators who get to start the game in the middle of the table. So I thought it would be cool to paint them mostly black, like they have like customized their armor for nighttime operations for stealth. And the Dark Angels, of course, are trying to hunt down black armored Fallen, and at the same time keeping the existence of the Fallen secret from the Primaris, at least at first. So I was kind of having fun with this idea by painting my Primaris black and just giving them one green shoulder pad with the Dark Angels insignia on it. And I had kind of the idea that they had shown up to the Icarus system where our campaign games were taking place as reinforcements for the Dark Angels. Basically unasked for reinforcements, created by Belisarius Cawl, some Mechanicus tech priest who they've never even heard of. And so I like the idea that my Dark Angels would be sort of suspicious of these new Primaris Marines, and that they would kind of dislike them because they had their armor painted black, especially. Like they had committed this faux pas without even really knowing it. And so this led to kind of the narrative decision that my Phobos Marines were going to be constantly sent on suicide missions, and that the firstborn Dark Angels, who they were theoretically working with or working for, which previously I'd painted like mostly 4th Company, were going to basically be trying to get them killed, sending them down to the planet's surface to fight Tyranids for like months at a time with no reinforcement. And partly just as a result of the games, we'd figure out if they lived or died. But that kind of like the idea was that they would sort of prove themselves by surviving all these suicide missions. Metalhead says, Infiltrators and Primaris Lieutenants are the only Primaris models I will use in my army. Since most Primaris stuff is simply remakes of Firstborn units, that's fair. Infiltrators have really cool rules and pretty much replaced my Scouts, since Scouts are not troops anymore. Yeah, sad news. I had painted up like 50 Space Marine Scouts right before they became elites. But fortunately, I didn't load out all 50 the same way. I've got like, I think 10 or 20 with shotguns. I think I have maybe 20 with bolters, 10 with shotguns, 20 with knives, and like 5 with sniper rifles. So yeah, I feel your pain there. And that is cool to upgrade your scout forces to Primaris. And so I played one really fun, one of the first sort of series of games I played with my Primaris in the campaign setting was against Tyranids, and we called it the Battle for Survival or something like that for my Primaris Marines. And the kind of the setup for the game that we had was that the Primaris Marines had been, or the Phobos Marines had been assigned the task of deploying to the surface of the planet where this Tyranid scout ship has been left to fester, I guess, for like 100 years. And the Primaris are supposed to approach the Tyranid scout ship and investigate its current situation. But since the Tyranids have sort of like spread across the planet from that ship, it was like the closer they would get to the ship, the more the Tyranid hive mind would become aware of them and try and trap and destroy them. And that, so the first game I played, where they're sort of trying to approach the location of this Tyranid ship, I lost the game. And so at that point, decided that, okay, they're going to go into retreat and they're trying to make it to some kind of extraction, but their firstborn brothers are like refusing to come pick them up and keep giving them like further and further locations for the extraction point. And meanwhile, the Tyranids are like pursuing them through the jungle, trying to surround and destroy them. And this is like the fight for survival of the Primaris Marines, where they have to prove themselves or die. And it was really fun. I ended up winning the next two games, so narratively they made it to extraction and survived. They got to the chopper. But yeah, that was really fun. And it was, I had fun like just playing around with the idea of the Dark Angels being suspicious of the Primaris and not trusting them and trying to get them killed. I thought that was pretty funny. I really enjoy brainstorming the lore. I've come up with a few house rules to kind of like promote a little bit of lore or narrative kind of focus for our match play games. So we play match play instead of Crusade because it's simpler. There's less rules to worry about. It's more fair because match play is focused on balance and fairness. It's more closely related to tournament play, and I think most people like match play and are familiar with it. Although I'm hearing a ton of people saying they love Crusade, so who knows, maybe we could even try, get Crusade going in the future at some point, but I have been pretty resistant to it. But I've got probably about maybe 10 house rules that I've proposed to my new group of Challenger Tabletop members who I'm going to be playing games with here in the Portland community. Nerdy Nick says, have you read The War of Secrets? I was asked this earlier. I haven't yet, but I'm excited about it. It pretty much a book about how they hate the Primaris and make them do shitty missions. Oh, I'm glad to hear that that happens in the book too. I kind of like heard about what happens in War of Secrets just like in passing, kind of in rumors. Yeah, it's about the Dark Angels Metalhead. So yeah, we should all read it. War of Secrets is basically about the first Primaris reinforcements joining the Dark Angels. And I think it's specifically about the first Primaris Space Marine who gets inducted into the Inner Circle, right? Because, like, for a while, the Dark Angels are wondering, like, are we even going to let Primaris into the Inner Circle? They have to really prove themselves first, I take it, or I assume. But yeah, I kind of heard, like, I'm part of the Dark Angels Facebook group, and so just being in the group, you kind of, like, see posts about War of Secrets and the other novels that come out. So even though I haven't read them, I kind of absorbed through osmosis a little bit about it. So Nerdy Nick says it's on Audible also, yeah, and I just started it. Cool. I should get an Audible subscription maybe. I did like the free trial so I could get a free book, and I listened to the first book of the Horus Heresy on there, and that was really fun for me. I've always enjoyed learning everything I can about that kind of era in the lore, and so I now remember, I now know about when Horus killed the Emperor. As if you've read that book, you'll know what I'm talking about. But yeah, War of Secrets looks fun. And so, yeah, we had kind of our own little War of Secrets in my Dark Angels army. Just playing our narrative games. But generally what we'll do is we have a campaign setting, which has been gradually destroyed by all the games we've played in it. And we'll pick a location for the game. We'll have a little discussion about what what the narrative background of the game is going to be. And usually we'll kind of talk about what the narrative results of the game are going to be depending on who wins. Sometimes we wait till after the game and then see who wins and then talk about, well, what do we think would have happened then next? Or sometimes we'll talk about it before game, like, if this army wins, probably this will happen, and if this army wins, probably this will happen. And sometimes we'll play like a best of 3 or a best of 5 where we have some stakes that we've talked about beforehand that we're trying to decide the fate of a planet or whatever. Nerdy Nick, you didn't hear it from me, but all the Horus Heresy audio books are on Pirate Bay, yeah, of course. And Horus Rising, which I think is book 1, is a great book. I really liked it. It was cool to be introduced to the Traitor Legions back when they were loyalists. And it's fun how they do all the foreshadowing where you can tell things are going to go horribly wrong before too long. But some of the house rules that we have for our match play games, these are all pretty kind of like fun, casual house rules. One is that you're going to have to come up with names for all of your non-named characters. And I feel like that's something that good 40k players already do, but I know from experience that a lot of people don't bother to name their captains and lieutenants and so forth. So I'm going to force people to do that. I know some people are like, oh, I'm not creative. But, if you sit down and think about it for 10 minutes, it's not hard to name 3 characters or however many most people run in their armies. Of course, I have so many characters in my G-Sealer cult, but I've gotten in the habit of ordering custom nameplates for my models. So here's an example of old-fashioned witch I've got. Haven't painted yet, but I have transferred the nameplate from another model here. So she's named Alicia Kills, play on Alicia Keys. Some of my Drukhari are named after celebrities to kind of like remind you that they're almost like celebrities in the Dark City, Kamara. You imagine that the best killers and warriors among the Dark Eldar are also like famous among their race, as that's kind of what it takes to be a celebrity to Dark Eldar. They're super into like gladiatorial pits and sort of like battle to the death type games and stuff like that. Nick, thanks for the inspiration to paint these Prometheum tanks in dirty yellow. First coat is going on pretty unevenly, but it'll take a couple coats of Averlin to get them looking good. Then I'll give them kind of a brown wash. All right. Nerdy Nick says, I love the Dark Angels story and the stories of Old Caliban. Oh, the book I do have that I'm working on is Descent of Angels. My friend loaned it to me, and it's been taking me like a year to read it, but that's what I'm working on. Metalhead says, my new camera and lighting setup will be getting here in the 8th. I'm very excited to get painting again. I spend nearly 8 hours per model, And I personally find streaming painting to be so much more enjoyable than doing it by yourself. I'm finding the same thing. Always puts me in a really good mood. And this is by far the most successful stream I've ever had. So thank you everybody for participating. Nick says, looks good. They look worn. Yeah, they do. They're going to have that nice dirty look with this color. And Nerdy Nick, that's a great book. All right. My friend Mark was someone who I got into 40K. I can claim credit for that. And I started out by giving him 1,000 points of my firstborn Dark Angels, since I'm, was working on transitioning to a Primaris army. I wanted to clear space on my shelf by giving away a lot of my firstborn. So I gave him 1,000 points of firstborn Dark Angels, including Azrael. And he became, a bit of a Dark Angels fanboy, like you do when you play the faction. And he got Descent of Angels and enjoyed reading it and loaned it to me to read. So that's cool. It's like the apprentice has become the master when he's giving me stuff that's helping me, become better at lore that he's read and I haven't. That's all. I think that was cool. And he enjoyed learning about Caliban, all that stuff that I mostly picked up from reading codexes over the years. Well, guys, it's 10:57. I'm about hitting my limit here, as we are coming up on 4 hours of painting and talking. And I did work outside in the rain today for how long? Got to work about 9 and worked until I think about 1:30. So I think that was about 4.5 hours of working outside in the rain, climbing up ladders, carrying around a heavy tool belt, ripping down gutter, and doing all that kind of stuff. So I am pretty beat. I had a French press of coffee before the stream, but I'm not going to have any problem falling asleep tonight, I'll tell you. Plus, I'm a bit behind on sleep. Nerdy Nick says, audiobooks are the best for painting. That's true. Although I'm now doing like 100% of my painting on stream. I'm actually like trying not to paint off stream. So instead I've just been like doing bases. So like here on this orc, I went ahead and did all the color and black trim and glued sand to the base, but just to give myself a head start. But yeah, trying to save my painting for stream now. And I'll show you guys, I've got a ton of models waiting to get painted. So I'll be in business here for quite a while, through the summer, I'm sure. But I do need to get some sleep. When it's not raining in the Pacific Northwest, and keep your eyes posted for Sasquatch, by the way. Funny you should say that, Nick. No, I haven't seen a Sasquatch, but I do have a story about him. My brother was traveling in Nepal, and I don't know if you guys are aware, but in Nepal they believe in Yeti, which is like a Sasquatch, to the extent that in Nepal the royal family employs a royal Yeti herder whose job is to be like a park ranger who protects the Yeti. And when my brother was in Nepal, him and his friend, who he was traveling with, they're riding motorcycles. And they were passing by what looked like a mountain that they could easily hike up. And they decided to park their bikes and just go climb this giant hill. But as they got further and further up it, they realized it was like way bigger than it looked. And by the time they got to the top and turned around and started coming down again, it started getting dark. And it ended up getting so dark that they were afraid they were going to tumble down like a 15-foot cliff without being able to see where they were going. And eventually they just had to like stop for the night and just like huddle on the side of this mountainside. And they weren't prepared for it. They were only wearing t-shirts and Fortunately, my brother had a baseball cap, so he tucked that kind of into the collar of his shirt to help conserve warmth. But Sam didn't even have a hat. And during the night, they started hearing this weird call, and they had no idea what it was. And that was like scary to them, that they were hearing like an animal, but they couldn't tell what. And they thought maybe it was like a mountain lion or something, and it started out far away, but it kept getting closer and closer and closer until it sounded like it was only like 30 or 40 feet away, and like it found them. And that was really weird and scary. And my brother had a flashback. That's kind of a pun. He had a flashback to the Tintin comic, Tintin in Tibet, where Tintin encounters a Yeti, and he scares it off by using his camera flash. So my brother had a disposable camera on him, and he pulled it out and he started taking pictures into the dark in order to trigger the camera flash, hoping he would scare off this wild animal. And it seemed to work. Like, whatever it was, I guess, became quiet and they didn't hear it again, and they waited out the rest of the night, and in the morning they finished hiking down to their motorcycles. But then, years later, my brother was watching a documentary about one of these Nepalese Yeti herders, and the Yeti herder, they like asked him, have you ever heard a Sasquatch? Because I think he said he'd never seen one even, but he'd found their dens where they sleep. And the guy imitated a Yeti call. And my brother said he got chills because it sounded like what he heard that night. So maybe if Yetis do exist, my brother might have encountered one. And even though I had heard that story from my brother, I wasn't really a believer in Sasquatch or Yeti. And then, like, probably about a year ago, I started, like, looking into them and reading some, like, stories online of people who claim to have encountered them, and it kind of shook my disbelief, where I'm not quite as skeptical as I used to be. And I wouldn't say I'm like a believer that they exist. I would almost have to see one to believe, but I'm more open to the possibility. I guess I like to have an open mind in terms of things that might exist, but I don't have proof, to the point where if I encountered one, I wouldn't be like scared. I want to be mentally prepared to encounter things that may exist, even if they don't, if that makes sense. That's my philosophy. So that I'm not too shocked to think clearly. Nick, there are far too many encounters and beings in Oregon. You're in a good place to see one. Well, I don't want to see one, because the stories I have heard about them give me the impression that they're probably carnivorous. It almost sounds like they're hunters that don't need any weapon to hunt. They can just chase stuff down and kill it with their bare hands, kind of thing. And it seems like people who do see them are terrified out of their mind. And that may be that they are a predator of the human race. That would be a pretty terrifying thing to encounter one. One of the most interesting encounter stories I've heard of is the disappearance at Ape Canyon back on, was it Mount St. Helens around 1915? That's a good one to look up after this. Search a video on YouTube about that. Well, I think we're going to have to call it here for tonight. Dark Angels Falchion. This is as far as I got in a 4-hour painting session. We got the green blocked in. We got pretty much everything base coated. What do you guys think? How's it looking? Let's back up the camera a bit. Focus. There we go. Here is the Falchion. Can't wait to play this in game. It's going to be fun. Although, if my past experience tells me anything, it's that it'll be blown up turn 1 before I get to use it, and I'll be immediately down 600 points, having to fight my way back. But let's see. Metalhead says, some believe Neanderthals were killed off by humans because early humans found themselves superior. So who knows, maybe Sasquatch are a rare surviving Neanderthal who stay away from human civilization due to genocide. Nerdy Nick says, if you're interested, check out Sasquatch Chronicles podcast. Yeah, the historical accounts are crazy. Nick, looks great. Thank you. Well, Metalhead, my personal theory is if Sasquatch exist, they might be the creatures that are described by the Hindu and Buddhist mythology as Yaksha. Yaksha kind of sounds like Yeti. And the Yaksha are described as living underground and being part of the divine order of celestial beings, which could suggest that they're actually technologically advanced, perhaps. That might be the reason we never find them. Maybe they're not like primitive cavemen, but they're actually have been technologically advanced longer than human beings. Nerdy Nick says the Sasquatch are Neanderthals is a new theory that's becoming widely accepted. Gigantopithecus, says Nicholas Martin. So yes, I think it's quite possible that they're like an offshoot of humanity that, like if you look back at the history of humanity evolving into modern humans in Africa, it's like when they left the jungles and went out to the plains, maybe Sasquatch are the intelligent breed of human being that remained in the jungle that were physically superior. So that's a possibility. I've also heard there's Native American stories of a tribe being under attack, and they went to the mountain, and the Sasquatch opened the mountain and let the people come inside where they would be safe. Also makes them seem kind of advanced. So yeah, those are some of my theories. But yeah, it's really, I find it really fun to think about that kind of stuff and speculate and wonder about it. Well, thank you everybody for joining me on the first night of Dark Angels Week. I'll be back to work on the Falchion tomorrow, and probably Friday will be the Storm Talon. So thanks for joining me, everybody, and see you next time on Challenger Tabletop. And wish me luck for getting battle reports going this month. Goodbye.